Time hearing Commissioner Pinocci. I'm sorry. Do you have a microphone?
How's that? Better?
It's pretty good. It's pretty echoey, so go ahead.
Good morning. This hearing is called to order. I'm Public Service Commissioner Randy Pinocci, presiding officer for this hearing. With me today is Commissioner Brad Molnar, Commission Staff Attorney Pamela Snyder-Barnes, who will be advising the Commission. This hearing is being transcribed by court reporter Holly Fox. For the record, the time is 9 a.m. The date is Wednesday, January 21st, 2026. The Commission and its staff are appearing from Billings, Montana, at the Montana Board of Oil and Gas. This is a scheduled public hearing and docket number 202510-080 involving the application of Nott Hauling LLC for a Class D certificate of public convenience and necessity. Thank you to all of the witnesses, attorneys, parties, and public who are joining us today. We're happy to have you. As a presiding officer of this hearing, I'm in charge of preserving order and making sure the hearing proceeds in an efficient manner. I expect all participants and attendees to be respectful and professional. If any of you would like time for a break, just give me a wave. I will now take appearances of counsel.
Chairman Pinocci,
Yes.
it's Commissioner Annie Bukacek, and I'm here. Can you see me in case I have a question?
Yes, I can see you.
Okay, thank you for letting us know that you're here.
Thank you.
And you'll flag in.
Mr. Pinocci, it's hard to hear you.
Okay, you'll flag me if there's a question. Thank you.
I think I'm getting feedback from the other microphones.
As far as I know, up here, I'm the only mic that is on.
The microphone's pointing towards council tables.
We had turned on and off last time.
Checking to see if we can turn off some mics here.
Button on the front. That's all.
I got it.
Now these are perfect.
Yeah, I just turned them on.
Oh. So,
Why don't we try running the cords out to the tables?
Excuse me?
You want us to try running the cords out to the table and then be further away?
sure. Let's give it a try.
Feedback.
We
could disconnect them entirely.
There you go, disconnect. See how that works?
But now we may not be able to hear them as well with this.
We'll figure it out.
We'll plug it in. As we speak. Yes,
Is this one gonna be okay?
Probably not. Go ahead and.
well, we're going to plug some of it. So let's give it a try. Can anyone let me know if there's feedback is improved?
I can hear you. We'll see how it goes. I don't hear council table as much anymore. It's just very echoey, and then anytime anyone moves, it cuts you off. So that's the issue.
We will now take appearances of counsel. Counsel, please introduce yourself and who you represent.
Judge, I'll start. Judge, my name is Lane Shavek. I represent Not a Problem Hauling. My name is Lane Shavek, representing the applicant. How'd that go on the record?
Ollie, did you hear that?
Generally.
Generally.
Do you want to try again?
I love public speaking. My name is Lane Shavek. I represent Not a Problem Hauling LLC, represent the applicant.
Thank you.
Okay, I think the solution to all of this is to disconnect all of the microphones at the witness table, and then we'll have the witnesses speaking to this microphone here, or just connect one of the microphones at the witness table. Just be cognizant of not speaking over each other, speaking at the same time, because obviously the court reporter is having a difficult time hearing.
I'm Allie Garib, representing MT Roll-Offs LLC, protesting party.
Thank you.
This is Grayson Hill, appearing on behalf of Protestant McKenzie Disposal, Inc. Also present on behalf of McKenzie is attorney Tom Singer.
Good morning, this is Lucas Forcella. I'm representing Allied Waste Services of North America, LLC, doing business as Republic Services of Montana. With me is my co-counsel, Aaron Nicholson.
Yeah.
I will next ask for public comment. We will start each hearing day with an opportunity for public comment, and the end of the hearing, the final opportunity for comment. Please note that this session is being recorded, and all the comments received will be public records. So please do not include confidential or private information in your comments. We will begin with any commenters in the room, then move to commenters online. Are there any public commenters in the room? I'll have you stand at this mic. Any public commenters in the room? Okay, go ahead and form a line and let's speak at this mic. Please state your name and the town where you live in. You do not need the physical address, just the town. If you are speaking on behalf of an organization, please identify the organization. If you have written comments, please submit them online through the Commission's Ready portal or by email. pschelp@mt.gov. You may begin with public comment.
Good morning and thank you. My name is Larry Bonin. I reside in Bolt, Montana. I'm a citizen of the United States of America. I am here on behalf of Not a Problem. Today I'd like to speak about why we are here. We are here, I'm here on behalf of him because he has every right to be able to do his business as long as he goes through all the proper regulatory channels. And the only reason I see that he's having a problem with this is because he has competition. We live in the United States of America, and I do not believe this is correct. We're going through the proper procedures, and I hope this is swift as far as how this is determined. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeff Sloan. I'm here in Billings, Montana. I'm here on behalf of Josh and Not a Problem. I've known Josh for over 20 years. He's a fair and honest guy. He's a hard worker. And this is still America. It's free trade and the right to prosper. He's doing all the right things, and all I see are three big companies with lawyers trying to shut him down. I don't understand it, but they don't even offer the same services he does. I don't fully understand the problem here, but he's doing all the right things, and he should be allowed to continue his business. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Amanda Rudolph. I am a resident of Billings, Montana. I am here today in support of Josh and Alicia Nott with Not a Problem Hauling. I am a local property manager in Billings and also a single parent. And the services that Josh provides are critical for local property managers and local families that are needing affordable junk removal services. These larger corporations are very unobtainable for a large majority of the population. We can't afford exponential amounts of money to have junk removal services. Josh and Alicia provide a critical service for the community, and he's following all of the proper procedures to do so. And I believe that he has every right to the same business advantages as these other corporations do, as long as he's following the law. Thank you.
My name is Brian Stone. I'm from Billings, and I'm here on behalf of Josh and Alicia. I also work in a property management company, and I'll start off by saying that about a month ago, Josh told me, commented to me about a large donation he made to the VA and how proud he was of that. Now, I don't know if you need to say anything else about a company trying to get a small business going and make it work for them. But to be proud to make a donation to the VA is a huge thing in my mind. It shows, I don't know if you need to say anything else about that. But I also know that their customer service, their ethics, their standards, the way they do business is above reproach. They're unbelievably personable. Their customer service is awesome. There's absolutely no reason why they shouldn't be allowed to move forward with any endeavor that they choose to. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Ryan Stinsmeyer. I am from Billings, Montana. I'm here on behalf of Not a Problem Hauling. Whether it's hauling or demolition, cleanup or removal, we fill a gap in the services that these larger corporations do not provide. They ignore certain things that we are more capable to take care of. We have senior citizens, people that are able to haul things out for themselves. I myself have older people that I go in, take care of, walk into their homes, help them out. I have one lady that weekly I go take care of and empty her trash for her because she's simply not able to do this. With operations like ours, many Montanans would be left with few options. We create jobs, we keep the money local, and respond faster to outside than the outside contractors ever could. I urge you to consider how decisions made here may impact the ability of our small, responsible service providers to operate, grow, and we're not just running a business, we're helping build stronger, cleaner, and more reliant Montana communities. Thank you.
Good morning, Randy Singer with Billings, Montana, on behalf of Not a Problem. Basically coming from a small business owner as them. These big corporations are taking us down. They're not going to be a big corporation. They're a mom and pop helping out the local community with a couple of trailers hauling things out, which is providing the service. By no means they're here to take away from big corporations. Big corporations are here to take away from us. Basically, we need to get more mom and pop shops going to help our economy out. They help out other people, people that don't have the fundage to help big corporations as they come in. Smaller jobs, they get into places where the big corporations can't get into to help us out. So at this point, I hope you guys have the ability to give them what they're asking for. Thanks.
Frederick Baker. I have property in Yellowstone County and also rent in city limits. I'm here to speak in support of fair, healthy competition in our community and explain why expanding options for local haul-in services is not only good for business, but also residents. First, I want to be respectful towards the other hauling and cleaning companies already servicing our area. They are hardworking individuals that provide an important service. However, right now, the demand has outpaced the availability. We're seeing longer lead times when people are trying to clean out their property, garage, or natural disaster. Another issue that deserves attention is cost. Some providers have raised rates significantly, and while I understand business costs have increased across the board being a business owner, those higher rates can make it extremely difficult for residents, especially non-commercial clients, fixed income households, or families on a budget to get their job done. That's where Not a Problem Hauling can fill the gap. They're a local company offering fair pricing, strong customer service, giving residents the ability to shop for services, compare options, and choose a provider that fits the timeline and their budget. I believe that kind of choice strengthens the market and protects residents from being locked into single options with high cost or long delays. I also want to note that this isn't only about hauling junk. A major part of what we do and they do all is community-based. We help with community cleanups that otherwise wouldn't get done, assist in local families when possible, and supporting efforts in improving neighborhoods. They take pride in their work, operate with professionalism, accountability, and respect for property. To close, I'm not here to criticize any business. I'm simply saying the more options and competition benefit the public. It creates better space, better pricing, and better responsiveness for the people who live here. I appreciate your time.
Before we go to the online commenters, any more in the room? All right, who do we have online?
Tanner, go ahead.
Tanner, make sure you're on mute.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Tanner Schweigert. I am a project manager with Yellowstone Basic Construction.
Hold off, Mr.
Hold on.
Schweigert.
Okay.
Mr. Schweigert is one of our witnesses, and I think we may want to clarify for him that we've asked him to come when called as a witness and not public comment.
Mr. Schweigert, I understand you are a witness for Allied with Public Services.
Yes, character witness.
Okay, you will be testifying in the hearing as opposed to giving public comment prior to the hearing commencing. And so if you could be in touch with counsel for the public as to when that will be happening, that would be great. If you want to give public comment at this time, you're free to do that, but Mr. Fratello wanted to give you that clarification.
I had a tough time understanding that. I got a lot of feedback there.
Sir, can you hear me okay?
It's kind of muffled, but yes.
You can give public comment if you'd like, or not, and testify later. Would you like to give public comment now?
I can give my public comment now if
Thank you.
pleases everybody.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you talking over each other a little bit.
Okay, can everybody hear me now?
Yes, I hear you fine. You may proceed.
Okay, I have been a customer with Republic Service for about a decade now, and they wanted me to fill in, be a character witness for these guys. And, they do a real great job around town, doing commercial big projects, probably that these smaller guys can't get to. Multi-family units around town, where we have 5, 6 roll-off dumpsters and cycling those through, 2, 3 a week. And they also service the out of town projects that we have too. Some projects up in Lavina and areas that are hard to access. That's my experience with Republic Service, and I'm just here to relay that they're a good company that's been there for us for a long time and meet our needs. That's all I have.
We've got 3 others. Lisa Lee. Lisa, are you on? Lisa Lee?
Did you check to see if you're unmuted?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. I wasn't sure how to unmute the microphone. Yes, I'm Lisa Lee Cook, and I am a homeowner in Montana, or in Billings, and I'm here on behalf of Not a Problem Hauling, and as a business professional myself, and also a resident owner, I don't think that there's any issues with a business helping out the community and doing a job that the other bigger entities don't offer. And I personally have had experiences with Not a Problem Hauling, and they do a great job. They're very professional. They're not here to take away jobs from anybody. They're here to help the community. And I think that they should be allowed to perform their business services and offer services that the other entities aren't willing to offer. And a good example for me, this week, my husband forgot to take out, we use one of the local services here, and they do a great job. But my husband forgot to take out the trash on Thursday, and we didn't have trash pickup on Monday, so we won't have trash pickup until Friday. So it poses a problem, and it's not taking away any money from the entity that I utilize, because I'm still paying a monthly fee. And if I have extra trash or items that need to be removed from my property, and I have somebody that's willing to do it, and I'm willing to pay whatever price that's reasonable, that shouldn't be a problem. So that's what I have to add. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you.
Charlotte, go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Charlotte Peterson. I've lived in Billings, Montana for the last 25 years, and I have known Josh for at least the last 5 years. He is one of the most caring people that I've ever met. He's always willing to lend a hand and help out wherever he can. And he works hard and he has integrity. And he's trying to do the right thing by following all the rules and regulations. There is no reason that we can't allow competition. The services that Josh is able to offer are different than the services that the bigger corporations offer. So I do not see the problem, and I hope that you can rule in his favor and allow him to be able to function as a good business and be able to provide for his family and be able to do good out in the community. Thank you.
Is that our last comment?
Blake, are you on?
Check your mute button.
Blake, are you on?
Yes, I'm on.
Great.
Can you guys hear me now?
We hear you.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Blake Furman. I'm also a citizen of Billings. I'm also a military veteran, and to have fought for our country and to be somebody who believes in America being a free place. I think as long as somebody's able to follow the rules and regulations, they ought to be able to start a business, whether that brings competition or not. So I would be making my testimony in support of Not a Problem Hauling being able to start that, and with the ability that they, or with the caveat that they need to follow the rules and regulations set forth. And so I assume that's why they would be applying for a license to do this work. I've also just seen their organization support our veterans in our community and support the community through donating to different organizations, different causes, but also offering their services at a discount rate, or even in some cases, as mentioned already in others' testimony, for free when it's just a person in our community who's in need of help. So I can't imagine why a business like that, as long as they're following the rules and regulations that the commission sets forth, should not be allowed to operate in our community.
Thank you, sir. Is that our last comment?
That's our last one.
I want to tell everyone how much I appreciate public comment. No matter what side you take, public comment is so important to me, to this commission. I've been there myself many times. I encourage you to encourage others to be part of this process. This government is your government.
Can we possibly get Commissioner Pinochi to use the microphone that the woman at the bench is using? That's very clear, and it's very hard to hear Commissioner Pinochi.
So
Sorry.
let's try something else here. This might make it worse, but let me try it.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, now try.
No, that's okay. Is this a little better?
That is a little bit better.
All right. Do any of the parties have any questions before we begin the evidentiary hearing?
Judge, if I may comment, if we can have her move to you guys, or you guys move to her, so we can get a clear record, because it sounds like they're picking up better with her mic and not over there. So is there any way that you can move over there with the microphone?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very. Now try.
Can you hear me better now?
So good. Thank you.
Okay. We'll improve this system yet. First, I want to discuss our schedule. As you know, this hearing has been scheduled to conclude no later than Friday, January 23rd, 2026 at 5 p.m. We will begin today with some procedural matters, including accommodation of witnesses and attorneys, any stipulations as to admissibility and exhibits and data responses, and any questions from the parties. We will then move on to opening statements. Protestants may reserve their opinion statements for the beginning of their case in chief if they so desire. Because Not a Problem Hauling is the applicant in this matter, it will present its case in chief first. We will then move to Protestants' case in chief, starting with Mackenzie, then Republic, then Montana roll-offs, and finally return to NPH for any rebuttal. Once the presentations of evidence has concluded, we will hear closing arguments from the parties who wishes to provide it. As all parties are aware, the commission accepts public comment on all matters within the commission's jurisdiction. At the beginning of each hearing day, I intend to reserve at most 1 hour for public comment. Because we're not expecting many public commenters, parties should plan to resume the presentation of testimony and evidence each day at 9 a.m. If we need to adjust our start time for any reason, I will make an announcement on the day before we change the schedule. Mid-morning or afternoon breaks will occur at convenient times during the hearing, and we will have lunch recess midday. Do the parties have any questions about the schedule for the hearing? Next, I want to discuss time allocations. By my count, according to the pre-hearing memoranda, the parties may be calling 21 witnesses collectively. Each one of the 3 Protestants have advised they will need no more than 1 day to present their case, and MPH did not advise the commission on how long it will need. Have the parties come to any agreement regarding the allotment of time for case presentation?
Judge, we got 4 witnesses. I would say our position amount of time would probably be an hour and a half, 2 hours, judges.
Who was that speaking?
Lane Chevek, sorry.
Thank you.
Please spell your last name.
Yes, S-C-H-E as in Echo, Victor, Echo, Charlie, Kilo.
Given the time limited we have to complete this hearing, I will ask all parties to keep in mind the need to move things along as efficiently as possible to ensure both parties have an opportunity to fully present their case. Next, let's address remote testimony. Parties have requested that the following witnesses have the option to appear remotely via Zoom. Any? I have none here.
It's my understanding that Republic has 2 witnesses who will be appearing via Zoom.
Sorry, this is Lucas Forsell. That's correct. I believe we've got a couple of our witnesses that would prefer to come in person and a couple that would prefer to attend via Zoom for timekeeping purposes on their end. They're trying to keep up with their job. Our plan was to contact them once we have a better sense of when they were going to be called, if that's acceptable for the commission.
Certainly. Any objection from the other parties?
No, Judge.
No objection.
No.
Any other parties who have witnesses who will be appearing remotely?
Are there any further accommodations needed for witnesses? There are no objections, requested accommodations. Now, let's address exhibits. Parties have filed pre-hearing memoranda identifying exhibits they propose to move for admission into evidence. The commission did not receive any objections to those proposals. The parties have also provided electronic copies of marked exhibits to the commission and the court reporter, and the marked hard copies to the commission. The parties stipulate to the admission of any exhibits.
Commissioner Pinocci, Republic has a motion that was submitted late last night. I believe a copy has been provided to the other parties here. And I raise the issue now because it addresses the admissibility of some of this evidence and specifically some of the evidence that was included in various parties' exhibits. It may be worth addressing the substance of that motion at this time before we get into what might be stipulated.
Proceed.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, I will turn back to the written motion that was submitted, but if you'll permit me, I'll try to summarize it sort of briefly for the commission here, and then the applicant and the other Protestants can respond. The motion, in short, asks the commission to hold the applicant accountable for its failure to participate in discovery in a timely and meaningful fashion. In long and short, the commission has previously recognized that the procedural schedule in Class D matters is time limited, and that as a result of that, the commission relies on the parties to those proceedings to keep on top of their deadlines, and specifically keep on top of their deadlines in responding to the discovery, the data requests that are propounded by the other parties. In this case, the commission issued an order in early December that gave the parties until mid-December, December 17th, to serve discovery on the other parties to this proceeding. All three Protestants timely served data requests on the applicant, and the deadline for responding to those requests at the absolute latest was January 2nd. January 2nd came and went, and there were no data responses that had been received, at least by Republic, and to my knowledge, by any of the Protestants. In keeping with the requirements of Montana law, at least as they've been adopted by the commission, counsel for Republic contacted counsel for the applicant to try to address this issue in a way that didn't involve motions practice. Sort of commonly known as a meet and confer. We were able to meet telephonically and agreed to accept late responses as a courtesy if they were provided by January 7th. So at this point, still almost a week late, but we could make it work. January 7th came and went and no responses were provided. Finally, on January 9th, the applicant filed its responses in the commission's online system, never served those responses on the applicant. So by the time the Protestant, received those responses was January 12th. And at this point, we've asked the commission, as a consequence of that, to preclude the applicant from introducing evidence that would have been responsive if they'd timely responded. In the alternative, if the commission thinks that that's too extreme a remedy, and I would point out that the commission could dismiss the application completely for this kind of behavior. But if the commission thinks that excluding that evidence completely is too extreme of a remedy, then Republic is asking that the applicant be limited to the matters that it did disclose in its data responses, even though they were provided late.
Would the attorney representing Not a Problem like to respond to some of these questions?
Yes, Judge, I believe
And I would remind you to speak up. If not, just go over to the microphone.
And I didn't have my mic on. So my question was, would the attorney representing Not a Problem like to respond to these concerns?
Yes, Judge. So I believe I got on this case, I believe middle of December. This is a rocket docket. Basically what I'm trying to tell.
Does he have to walk up to the mic?
Oh, great, okay.
Holly, could you hear him okay?
It'll be better in the mic, but I could hear.
Okay, so I believe I got on this case, I believe in the middle of December, Judge. So this is a rocket docket type of system. Now, we did get out our discovery. We did have contact with all three parties, Judge. They did not have no objection for it being late. Now, the issue that I have, I've never been in this ring before. So when I e-file this, just like in district court, parties get notices of them. So that is my understanding. If their argument is, well, they didn't technically get it, well, it was e-filed, Judge. So automatically they should receive notice. But now I want to shift to you as for a remedy. Well, the remedy is it to continue? All parties are all here, Judge. So the idea that Not a Problem, just not answering discovery, Judge, we had to deal with three Protestants, and it is a haul to get all the discovery done, Judge. This was a lot of discovery on our end. We got it done, Judge. That's the issue. Is I got it done on that Friday, e-filed it, and then it was accepted on that Monday, I believe on the 9th or the 12th, on the 9th, I believe, Judge. Friday's when I submitted them. Monday is when it actually was accepted. If that makes any sense. So it's not like we're just blatantly, we're not answering discovery. That's just what happened, Judge. So.
Thank you. Can you proceed? Any response from other parties?
Thank you, Chairman Panoche. This is Allie Garrett for MT Roll-Offs. Just in the interest of the fact that we have everyone here, the administrative rules governing these proceedings allow, specifically 38.2.4207, allow the commission to take evidence subject to later, that's been objected to, subject to later ruling by the commission. And so, I mean, my proposal at this point would be for the commission to take the evidence that the applicant has, and we could do later briefing. Republic would have, of course, a continuing objection to any evidence that's not, that was late disclosed or those kind of things, and the commission could deal with that later. But because everyone's here, I traveled from Bozeman. I have an Airbnb for 3 nights. I like Billings, but there's no reason for me to stay here for an extra 2 days. So I think that might be a workable solution, but that's our position on it, is we would prefer to have the hearing and not have to reschedule it.
Thank you. Any other response?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. This is Grayson Hill speaking for the record. Mackenzie would join Republic's motion. As a different panel of this commission noted in the red box matter, which is cited in Republic's motion, an unfortunate consequence, I quote, of the short statutory timeline for resolving Class D applications is that it precludes time to sort through drawn-out discovery disputes. Thus, to meet statutory timelines, we have to rely on parties to provide forthright, timely responses to discovery, unquote. And so here we received neither. And I would just add that Republic served its request to the applicant a few days ahead of the deadline to do so. And so Mackenzie had the benefit of being able to review those before it sent its own, and was able to tailor its requests accordingly to avoid duplication of efforts by all involved and to avoid burdening the record. Not a problem didn't ask for an extension. It didn't seek a continuance in this matter. It's my understanding, and Mackenzie's managers would testify to this effect, if the commission desired to hear that evidence, that Not a Problem has in recent times posted publicly to their Facebook page, posted about this hearing, today's hearing, and seeking people to come and speak on their behalf. And they've also been engaged in other efforts for their business, including getting a radio ad going. And so I would just add that, and I would also note, you heard in the public comment that they're trying to do things the right way and follow the process. And so I would just note that if that's what they've been doing, why didn't they provide their responses in a timely fashion? And so even though we have them now, I would just note Mackenzie has not had a meaningful time an opportunity to review those and prepare to present its protest today. In joining Republic, Mackenzie would also present as an alternative remedy, perhaps, for the commission to consider. If it's not ready to make a decision at this moment, perhaps the commission could, as a preliminary matter, voir dire the applicants to get a better sense of their intention and what they're seeking today. Thanks.
Going forward with it.
Yes.
And then decide we'll take it.
So we're gonna grant the motion. So the commission is going to grant the motion in limine in part. The applicant will be limited to the data responses that they did provide to the parties, in the sense that the commission acknowledges that the responses were late, they were not served. There is no excuse. There was no conferring. This is similar to district court in the sense that there is no surprise in these hearings. And the other parties are entitled to time and information to be able to respond to each other's cases. And so to the extent the data responses were provided, the applicant, not a problem, will be limited to those. And objections to any information that exceeds those responses, objections will be sustained. And the commission acknowledges it is a rocket docket, but there is always the possibility to confer with other parties and to work things out and to schedule a hearing date accordingly. Are there any other motions concerning exhibits or evidence?
From Republic.
Not for empty roll-off.
Have there been any stipulations with respect to exhibits, other than the fact that none of the parties objected to the other's exhibits? The commission will advise that rather than exhibits simply being wholesale admitted into the record, exhibits that are stipulated to will still need to be introduced. Just like at district court. They don't automatically come into the record. And to the extent that is a change, it is being done here. And the commission will allow some leeway in order to facilitate that. Would any of the parties like to move for admission of their exhibits prior to the start of hearing?
Just for judicial efficiency, I'd like to move for my exhibits 1 through 4 in the evidence, judges.
Council, did you provide us with hard copies of those exhibits?
Judge, I believe he found them where applicants exhibit list, Judge, I believe about a week ago.
And you were instructed to also provide hard copies this morning?
Like, I brought 4, Judge.
Thank you. Any objection from the Protestants? Republic?
No objection to exhibit 1, commissioners, no objection to exhibits 3 and 4. As to exhibit 2, applicant's exhibit 2, it appears that it is an email that would typically be hearsay. However, I understand the author of the email is present or was present for public comment. So with a, I guess, requirement that the author of that email remain available for cross-examination, I think we have no exception.
So she's here to, it says hearsay, so she is here to lay the proper foundation for the admission of exhibit 2.
And no objection. Thank you.
Mackenzie or Montana roll-offs?
No objection from MT roll-offs.
No objection from Mackenzie.
So exhibit 2 will be admitted subject to testimony that will overcome hearsay at during the course of the hearing.
Start here.
Do any of the Protestants wish to move into evidence any of their exhibits at this time?
Not at this time.
Not at this time.
Not at this time.
Finally, do the parties have any other pre-hearing matters such as other stipulations or evidentiary motions?
None from the public.
Not from the applicant.
None from MT roll-offs.
Nor Mackenzie.
Let's proceed to opening statements. The applicant NPH like to make an opening statement.
Could you use the mic?
Oh, yes. So Commissioner, what we have here is, we have what you heard in public comment. This is a mom and pop, small junk garbage removal. We have Josh Nott, you've heard testimony, you've heard from public comment that he is fit. Clearly, there's a public need. And as for the Protestants, when it comes to, can they do it? The question is no. What Josh and his wife are doing is that there's a niche of what they are doing here. It's not these typical roll-offs where they have to do a site survey, a drop-off fee, or a pickup fee, or the dump fee. It is a flat fee. And he actually drives his 1-ton trailer or 1-ton truck and his 18-foot dump trailer. That's what he does. He goes into places where the smaller jobs, where these big companies, they have no need. They have all these roll-offs, but they don't have actually a dump trailer where it's a mom and pop, where it's actually helping out people that are in fixed income, or that college kid, or any other person when it comes to the money. The issue is that there clearly is a public need, and he's filling in that need, where these other corporations, they're simply not doing that. They're going after the bigger money, the big corporations, where they're getting 1 month of roll-offs fees instead of, couple hours. Hey, pick it up, I'll be there today at 4 o'clock, I'll pick it up at 6 PM. That's what they'll do, that's what Josh will do. These other companies, no, you have to do it per day or somebody. You have to use it per day, you gotta pay all these fees, you gotta use it for a week, the lead time is 3 or 4 days. You heard from public comment simply is that he's willing to work with that person, he'll pick up and drop off, that's what he does. So as for, and will it harm? Well, looking at these big corporations, they're doing roll-offs because that's the easiest way to make money here is this roll-offs, you just put it down and it's one size fits all type of thing. Well, not a problem hauling, it's a specific niche for smaller jobs. That's what this company is for the smaller jobs. It's not going after these corporations like CVS. Like you drove down Broadwater or Central Avenue and you see Montana roll-offs at CVS. He's not in that market. Judge, he's simply, hey, if someone needs a trailer, call Not a Problem. Instead of calling McKinsey or Allied or Montana roll-offs where you gotta spend $700-800 just for an hour's worth of work. When you have another competition where, hey, $200-300, I'll come there in an hour. It's a different niche. That's why we're here, Judge.
Mackenzie, do you have an opening statement?
Mackenzie will reserve.
But public, opening statement?
Republic will also reserve its opening statement.
Montana roll-offs, opening statement?
MT roll-offs will also reserve their opening statement.
Mr. Shibek, is that pronounced correctly? Shibek?
Shibek, but.
Shibek, you may proceed with your case in chief.
So we're gonna call Amanda Rudolph. She has to get going. There you are. So commissioners, how do you want to do this?
I'd like to try to swear in everyone at one time if I can, those online and in the room. Please stand and raise your right hand. Those online. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You may be seated.
My assumption is going to be
Okay.
Katie, I'm inclined to put this. Is that still unplugged, that microphone? Wondering if we just plug that one in and try it.
Is that me?
Not very well.
How about now?
No, I can hear you, but it's too muffled to understand you.
Oh, just grab this thing.
Feedback, but we can try it.
mic check. No.
I can hear you very clearly, sir. Will you try the witness again?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Yay.
Amanda, can you please state your first and last name for me?
My name is Amanda Rudolph.
Okay, and can you spell your last name for me?
Rudolph.
Okay, have you ever testified before?
Once.
Okay, so there's kind of rules of the road is the idea, the most important person in this room is probably the transcriptionist. And so one person has to just talk, okay? Okay. So what county do you live in, Amanda?
I live in Yellowstone County.
And how long have you lived in Yellowstone County for?
Oh, roughly, I'd say 12 years consecutively. Prior to that, 8 years before.
You live in the surrounding area of Billings?
We took a brief, my parents and I took a brief move to Bozeman, Montana. So we lived in Gallatin County. And then I moved back to Yellowstone County.
How's that? What has happened to Billings in the last 5 years?
Billings has grown exponentially in the last 5 years. There's just a lot of people.
Right. And what do you do for an occupation?
I am a property manager.
How many properties do you guys manage?
Roughly 368 units.
Full-time job?
Yes.
You have to deal with evicting people and removing garbage?
Unfortunately, that is part of the job of doing property management. So yes.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been doing property management for the last 8 years in Yellowstone County.
Almost a decade, huh?
Yeah.
Have you had to deal with some of the garbage removal people in town?
Primarily, I would say I typically deal with like our standard local garbage pickup services for the city of Billings. I haven't really had any encounters with the other entities present.
The big question is, why is that?
As a property manager, I am responsible to find a reasonable financial solution to the problems that are presented to us. When you have an eviction that you process and you lock a family out of a household full of their belongings, the property owner then has to find the means to remove their property out of the home in order to regain possession. Part of that process is pricing junk removal services or hauling services. And for smaller, I've worked for several different property management companies, smaller corporations, larger corporations. A lot of the smaller corporations aren't able to afford the services provided by the larger entities, meaning the cost for dumpster drop-offs, dumpster pickups, and scheduling is another hindrance for property owners or property management.
Why is that a hindrance when it comes to availability, when it comes to these big corporations and back?
So if we aren't able, or if I am not able to contact a vendor in a timely manner to get the services that we need in order to get possession of the home, it delays all of our progress, and our homeowners are impacted financially as well.
Have you tried contacting some of these roll-off companies?
As of recently, no. Previously in the past, I have priced out numerous junk removal services local to Billings. There's not many options other than some of the larger corporations.
What do you mean by not a whole lot of options? Are you talking, what are you meaning by no other options?
I mean, aside from roll-off services, there's really not been an option for residential property managers to utilize. Even personally, if like Christmas, okay, I'm a single mom. We had Christmas, they do the garbage pickups from the city of Billings. If you have anything additional that doesn't fit in your garbage can, you have to find a way to remove it. You have to find a way to dispose of it. I don't have a truck. I don't have the the capacity to go and drop stuff off at the dump myself.
So I guess would you want to pay for a roll-off for a couple Christmas presents?
Not at all.
Why is that?
It's absurd. There's not a need for me to have a roll-off to take basic garbage to the dump. There's not a need for that. In my opinion, there isn't a need for that.
So I guess one of the big things is a public need. Do you think there is a public need when it comes to the niche of the smaller pickup of garbage?
Objection, this is testifying as to a legal issue.
Well, she can give her personal opinion as a resident of Montana or Yellowstone County, as if there's a need in public. She's part of the public. She can testify to what her opinion as her need is.
If I might be allowed to respond. If
I can't hear you, Mr. Is it Mr. Frisella?
I'll speak up. Thank you. If the witness, in order to testify to something other than her personal knowledge, would need to be qualified as an expert. So if Mr. Schweck wants to put on that testimony to qualify her to speak to public need across the county, I have no objection. But until that's done, I don't believe this is within her purview as a lay witness.
Judge, I believe she is testifying for her personal knowledge, as she's been a Montana Billings resident for 8 years.
Collectively, I've been a Yellowstone County resident for 22 years.
So she's testifying to her personal knowledge, not as an expert. I don't know what would be an expert for a public need.
I'm gonna overrule that, Judge.
Why do you think that there is a public need in your area in Yellowstone County for services what Not a Problem hauling does?
The need for residential junk removal service far expands just Yellowstone County. It's a growing demand that the larger corporations are more suited to commercial pickups. I wouldn't even entertain the thought myself of contacting a roll-off for additional household garbage pickup. That just leaves the residents in a position where we potentially could be facing fines from the city of Billings for not being in compliance. So, I mean, it's definitely a need to have other options. Not that what they do offer isn't needed as well. It is needed as well, but so are options.
So how did you hear of Not a Problem hauling? Can you tell me about that?
Yes. So I initially heard of Not a Problem hauling by going through a drive-through and seeing their vehicle with a logo parked in the parking lot. And as a property manager, you're always looking for new vendors that are local and that are part of our community. So I just jotted down his number, not thinking anything of it. It was listed on the vehicle. And a couple days later, I had a refrigerator at my own home die. And I contacted Josh and Alicia because I needed assistance removing that from my home and hauling it.
Why don't you call one of these other corporations for a roll-off?
From previous experience pricing some of these roll-off services, it was not affordable enough for me as a single parent to be able to utilize it. And I don't feel like there was a need for me to have a roll-off to remove a refrigerator from my home.
So tell me about that experience with Josh.
Me and Josh have had many correspondences, both in a professional capacity and in a personal capacity.
Objection. This testimony was specifically asked for, or what appears this testimony is about to be, is what was specifically asked for in Republic's data request AWS 16, and the applicant's response was, and I quote, "The communications are unrelated to the narrow issues before the commission."
And I'm sorry, finish the end of that and.
I'm sorry, the statement was that the request seeks communications unrelated to the narrow issues before the commission.
Thank you.
Commissioners, if you're looking for the page, it's exhibit, Republic's Exhibit F, page 5.
And council, because we have an objection and the response was provided, but the question was not recited, the commission is gonna have to look at the question in another section of its binder and try to put the two together and make a list. This is gonna be clunky.
Judge, I may just, I guess, strike that question. I can just move on and just enter in exhibit 2.
On the next page.
We're gonna overrule the objection.
Thank you, Commissioner. Might approach to get the copy back.
Did you say the objection was overruled?
Yes, that is overruled.
But man, what I'm really getting at is fit to run a business like this. With your personal observation and your personal knowledge, is he a good business person that you've dealt with personally?
And again, in both a professional and personal capacity, I have utilized not a problem hauling at my place of business many times. And I have experienced nothing but great customer service, timely service and cost-effective service from Josh.
So do you remember sending Josh an email on December 31st, 2025, roughly around 9 a.m.?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize this?
This is a forwarded copy of the email that I sent to Josh.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the email you sent Josh on December 31st, 2025, roughly around 9 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I move to the admission of exhibit 2.
Any objection? Genevieve Sims.
MT Roloff has no objection.
No objection from the public.
None for Mackenzie.
Okay.
Okay, why did you feel like you had to write a letter on Josh's, on not a problem hauling's behalf?
Sorry, I'm just contemplating what I want to say in a way that makes sense. I submitted a statement on the behalf of Not a Problem Hauling because I feel like there is a genuine need in Yellowstone County to have the services that they offer. And Not a Problem Hauling has been nothing shy of amazing to work with. And I think that they deserve the opportunity to be able to expound their business in the manner in which they are, as long as they're doing so in the correct manner. I feel very strongly that Josh and Lisa's services to this community are much needed.
Do you ever hired any of these three companies regarding a smaller unit such as a dump trailer, like Not a Problem has?
No, I have not.
Did they? I guess as you testified that there is one size fits all type of thing when it comes to these big corporations. Why is that?
I don't know if I'm understanding your question.
Have you ever called any of these three regarding, is your understanding they only do type of roll-offs, or they actually have a dump trailer where they can be there in an hour?
To my understanding from the services that I was looking into, they only offer roll-off services. You pick up the phone, you call, you schedule an appointment, somebody gets back to you, somebody comes out and looks where the roll-off is supposed to go to see if it can even belong there. And then at that point, they would drop it off. The consumer would fill it up, and then you would call them back and they would remove the roll-off service.
So they do like a site survey before they even get there?
To be very honest with you, I'm unaware of that process just because I have not utilized it myself.
Okay.
But I don't know. I don't
That's
know
fine.
if they do or
You
not.
don't know. Amanda, is there anything else that you would like to tell me regarding Not a Problem or the need or the fitness? Josh?
I would just like to expound a little bit and just give a little bit more clarity on.
Objection, Commissioners, calls for a narrative.
Ms. Fox, can you read the question back again, please?
Sure. Amanda, is there anything else that you would like to tell me regarding Not a Problem or the need or the fitness of Josh?
Repeat the objection.
Calls for a narrative response. I have no objection if council wants to ask more direct questions.
I think I should. So Amanda, what concerns do you have when it comes to Not a Problem hauling? Do you have any concerns about him being fit?
No.
I guess as for a public need, is there anything you'd like to clarify as for a public need?
I believe there is a public need for affordable junk removal services. I am a single parent on a very limited budget, and there's no ascertainable way that I can afford a roll-off in a circumstance of having a fridge removed from my home or household garbage. It is a different type of need that these other entities are not able to provide for our community that Josh and Alicia are able to provide if given the opportunity.
Where they just don't enter that industry, right?
Correct.
No further questions.
Witness may now be cross-examined. Kenzie, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Hello, Amanda. My name is Grayson Hill. I represent Mackenzie in this matter.
Hello.
Can you tell me where are the rentals that you manage located?
in Yellowstone County.
Spread across or where? Primarily in Billings?
All of the properties that I have managed in the last 8 years have been in Yellowstone County.
Okay, well, I'm trying to get a sense of where, more specifically within Yellowstone County, are some of them in Billings?
All within the city limits, Billings.
All of them?
Yes.
Okay. And so currently, do those units receive trash removal service from the city of Billings then?
Yes, they do.
You testified that in getting price quotes and pricing out when you need additional removal, that you've contacted the different corporations and options. Who does that include? The city of Billings?
Contacting them directly for pickup?
Just to, well, yes, when you need those extra removals.
So we typically, most property management companies utilize the city of Billings, and they have the option of purchasing an additional like garbage receptacle for their home or whatever property that they're needing. But that does not include any additional pickup services outside of residential garbage can pickup, if that makes sense.
So when you have one of the examples you gave was a fridge.
Correct.
So have you, in a situation like that, have you ever asked the city of Billings if they would make a special trip or otherwise arrange for you to remove that?
I have contacted the city of Billings and asked what the proper channels for removing and relocating a fridge in Yellowstone County would entail. And they did not mention that service was something that they offered, but they did tell me that there were certain criteria needed in order for it to be received at the landfill.
And so it's your understanding that the city would not be able to come pick up something like a fridge?
Correct.
Have you already used Not a Problem hauling for your rentals?
Yes.
Now, when you did that, did they perform the loading of the material to be removed?
They did everything start to finish.
And is that what you're looking for in a service from someone like Not a Problem?
I mean, I don't feel like that's the only thing that I would be looking for in a service from Not a Problem hauling. I think given the opportunity, if we were able to contact a vendor in a capacity where they were able to leave their equipment, we load it, they haul it, that would be something that I would absolutely do. That's not been an option at this point, but that's why we're all here today, to make it a viable option for them.
So up to this point, whenever you've used Not a Problem, they've performed all of it, the loading and the removing?
Correct.
Are you aware, excuse me, but you're telling me, if I understand correctly, that if Not a Problem received Class D authorization from the Public Service Commission, you would be interested in having them drop off a trailer and you could load it?
Potentially, in certain circumstances, yes.
Would you mind sharing?
So if it's a job that doesn't require a full haul out, like for instance, if we have a home that has a few appliances maybe that need to be picked up, that would be something that we would opt to have our staff haul out to the trailer and have it hauled off by somebody versus us spending the additional time having our staff go and do that.
Well, maybe I'm not understanding. You're saying it would be beneficial because your staff would not be spending that extra time, but who's doing the loading then?
So they would in essence be doing the loading, but then they wouldn't have to spend the additional time to remove it from the property and come back to the property. We would be saving time.
They being your staff.
Correct.
But how is that cheaper or more efficient for you than what Not a Problem can already offer?
I think the question begs, it would just be a different option. It would have an option. We would have a choice. As a business professional, I'm required to make the most financially sound decisions for my property owners. And sometimes it's more cost effective for me to have my staff members or remove something out of a home than it is to contact a vendor, or vice versa. Sometimes it's more cost effective to have a vendor do it than have my staff sit and do a haul out for 8 hours. So there's really no one size fits all type of situation, respectfully.
Right. So it kind of depends on the particular unit and how much is in there.
Correct.
Or is every situation the same?
I'd like to say that it is, no. But every situation is a little bit different and just in terms of what it entails. So overall, the goal is to get the property back in the condition for the homeowner and get it re-rented. That's our goal. Sometimes you have a lot more hiccups with certain homes than you do with others.
Some tenants leave less behind than others?
Yes, depending on the circumstance, absolutely.
Now, if a tenant moves out as opposed to being evicted, is that the same level of urgency as an eviction?
Absolutely.
It is. Could you explain how?
You still have a fiduciary responsibility to your homeowner to get that property turned and re-rented, regardless of the circumstance of how you regained possession of that property.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, you can already utilize Not a Problem in what they can currently provide, and that's beneficial for you potentially for the bigger jobs where your staff would be having to dedicate more time to loading, right?
Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, I understand. That was kind of a clunky question. If I'm understanding you correctly, Not a Problem is as they can already operate without Class D authorization is a better option for you when there's more property to remove for your staff.
In my opinion, Not a Problem hauling is the better of the options that I have currently, because it is more cost effective for us as a property owner. It's more cost effective, it's faster, it's more efficient.
Can you explain how? I mean, you've used them already? What can you put that in terms of dollars at all?
I mean, I've used them numerous times in numerous scales. So again, for as small as picking up a refrigerator to doing a full complete junk out of a home that was evicted. I mean, we've done quite a bit of business with them. We've had them pick up one thing, we've had them pick up a whole house full of things.
But you can't put that in terms of dollars. You can't give an example.
I mean, we've spent, are you asking me how much I've spent?
Well, you're testifying that they're a cheaper, better option for you. So I'm just trying to get a sense of of what that means to you, what cheaper
Sure.
means.
So, we'll go with the example of my refrigerator. When my refrigerator went out, I was able to contact Not a Problem Hauling. I was able to call Josh. He picked up on a Saturday morning. He was there by Saturday at 12, and he charged me $150 to remove the refrigerator and dispose of it on my behalf. If I were to have utilized a different service, it would have cost me probably closer to $600 to $800 for a roll-off service.
And how do you know that?
I mean, respectfully, the internet exists. You can get on the internet and you can price things out. You can get price quotes. You can call, which I have in the past.
Right, but with that specific example, who did you price out as a alternative?
There wasn't an alternative option for me at this point because I've established a relationship with Josh and Alicia with Not a Problem Hauling. So I contacted them directly because I've experienced their customer service. I've experienced their fair pricing, and that's who I contacted. If I hadn't met Josh and Alicia and that wasn't a viable option at that point in time, I would have probably gotten onto social media and found somebody to do it local. That would have been my option. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. Thank you. Given that all your rental units are located within the jurisdiction of the city of Billings, within city limits, are you aware that the city of Billings has the exclusive right to remove waste from within city limits?
I'm not understanding your question.
Are you aware that the city of Billings has the exclusive right by law to remove solid waste from locations within city limits?
Yes, I don't think anybody's contesting that.
Well, I'm wondering because I'm trying to figure out how you know that Not a Problem, if they receive authorization for Class D certification, will be able to drop a trailer for you to load, given the city's exclusivity.
Is there a question that you're asking me specifically?
How do you know that you'll be able to use Not a Problem's proposed service, leaving a trailer as opposed to doing the loading for you?
Isn't that what we're here to do, is get the certification in order for them to be able to do that?
Well, that remains to be seen. The question is, the problem is that the city of Billings has the exclusive right to do what McKinsey is proposing. Or excuse me.
Is there a question there? Where's the relevancy?
The witness is testifying to the need for the service Not a Problem is proposing. All of her need would be occurring within the city of Billings limits. And she already receives removal service from the city of Billings. So I'm just trying to figure out how Not a Problem would be able to serve her.
You're making an objection on that.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the commission.
If an objection was being made,
Did you say you were overruling?
Yes.
Okay.
So Amanda, I'm sorry if this is confusing, but what I'm getting at is that, are you aware that City of Billings by ordinance has the exclusive right to remove waste from within city limits?
Yes,
Okay, so do you understand that if Not a Problem receives Class D certification, it would still have to comply with that ordinance?
that wouldn't be my responsibility to do. I don't have any hesitation in saying that Josh and Alicia would follow the law. There's no hesitation in that. If that was your question, if that's what you're getting at, I'm not understanding. But I don't believe, if given the opportunity, that they would violate the rules or stipulations or laws.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Would Republic like to question the witness?
Yes, Commissioner, thank you.
You may proceed.
Hi, Amanda.
Hello.
My name is Lucas Forcella. I'm one of the attorneys that represents Republic in this matter. And I will try to speak slowly for both you and the court reporter because I have a habit of going quickly. If I need to slow down, just let me know. I want to run through just a couple of the things that you talked about today and just make sure we understand. I heard you say earlier that you have both a professional and a personal relationship with the Notts. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Are you related to either of the Notts?
No.
No. So you're friends with the Notts?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to follow up on a couple of the points you made. One of them, I think I heard you say that you emphasized the point, I think, the importance of affordable junk removal services. That was something that, you really thought was necessary in the community. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And that is I think I heard you say this is a different kind of need than what the existing haulers provide. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's because the existing haulers do not provide the labor to remove junk and put it in a garbage receptacle before removing that garbage receptacle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't catch how many years of experience you had as a property manager. It sounded like several. Was 8? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. In your 8 years of experience, do you think that allows you to provide a better property management service to your customers than someone who hasn't had experience?
Can you repeat the question for me?
Do you think that your experience as a property manager allows you to provide better service to your customers as a property manager than a different property manager without experience?
I would like to say yes.
Okay.
With experience, yes, I do.
Okay. Is it fair to say that as a property manager, it's important to you that the community be safe?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is that safety especially important when you have people in your community that you're managing operating heavy equipment or heavy machinery?
Yes.
In your experience, the 8 years that you've been a property manager here, and I think you said you lived in Yellowstone County for longer than that, is it fair to say that winter conditions in Montana can and often do affect the level of precaution needed to operate that machinery?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If you hired or were thinking about hiring contractors or workers for your community who refused to tell you if they had a history of safety issues, would that be a cause for concern?
Could you repeat the question for me?
If you hired contractors or workers who refused to tell you if they had a history of safety issues, would that be a cause for concern?
I mean, I think initially I probably wouldn't know
No,
unless I
if you,
asked.
sorry, I'll clarify. If you asked them a question and they refused to tell you if they had a history of safety issues, would that be a cause for concern?
I would say I would err on the side of caution in implementing or utilizing that vendor.
So is that a yes or a no?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that punctuality and availability are both important when you, as a property manager, are receiving services for your community?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Have you ever missed a day of work?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Sick, injured,
kids,
life happens, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. When you missed a day of work, have you worked for employers before that had somebody else that was able to step in and assist while you were absent?
Yes.
Okay. If you didn't have someone that was going to step in, or if you've worked for companies that didn't have someone that was going to step in, would that work slow down in your absence?
Yes.
Potentially even halt in your absence?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Are you aware that Not a Problem Hauling, the applicant in this matter, also operates several other lines of business?
In what capacity?
Any of your capacities, I suppose, personal or professional. Are you aware that they have other lines of business?
Yes.
Okay. Would you be comfortable in hiring a company that has no prior experience in the particular service you're asking them for?
I have hired people that have
Had
not
no experience.
yeah, correct.
Okay. Were you comfortable doing so?
After meeting with the particular vendor, yes.
Okay.
After having and establishing that rapport with them, yes.
Would you be comfortable hiring a company that doesn't have a plan to provide you the service that they're offering?
Could you repeat the question? Sorry.
Sure. Would you be comfortable hiring a company that does not have a plan to provide the services that they would be offering you?
No.
Or I think I heard you say this before. You are aware that there are currently multiple Class D haulers. Class D is garbage service.
Mhm.
Sorry. Class D haulers that serve Billings and Yellowstone County, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the areas that are within 50 miles of Yellowstone County, the surrounding area?
Sure.
Okay. Are you aware that among those, Republic, our client is one of those?
Yes.
And Mackenzie Disposal?
Correct.
Okay. And MT Roll-Offs?
I just saw one of their roll-offs recently,
Okay.
so I wasn't aware until I saw their roll-off.
Okay. And then the city of Billings as well?
Correct.
So how long have you known that Republic was a Class D hauler?
I mean, I guess I didn't really understand the full scale of what it all entailed. It's just I've seen them.
Okay.
So prior, I didn't really know what all it entailed.
Is it fair to say that for the last several years, at least, you've known Republic provided garbage service in this area?
Yes.
Okay. Same question as to Mackenzie Disposal?
Yes.
Okay. And empty roll-offs, I think I heard you say recently. Are we talking the last couple of days, the last couple of months? How?
Within the last week.
Okay. And then how about the city of Billings? How long have you known that they provide garbage service?
I mean, I've lived here a long time, so.
As long as you've lived in the area.
Yes, over 20 years.
Okay. And I think I heard you say before, you are aware that you can get additional garbage receptacles from the city of Billings, where the city of Billings provides garbage service, correct?
Correct. I utilize additional services at my own home.
Okay. I wanted to talk about one of the things you brought up, and I think I heard you say sort of a one size fits all is something that the other haulers provide, and you are suggesting that the applicant would provide something other than that. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. You specifically mentioned a fridge as a pertinent example of need. Is that accurate?
One example, yes.
One example, okay. And you said you contacted the city to inquire as to their service, correct?
I contacted the city as to the requirements of disposal of my fridge.
Okay.
Because I know that there's certain requirements, and I wanted to make sure that I was doing what I needed to do.
Sure. So please go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So when you contacted the city, you didn't ask the city to perform that service, correct?
I did not know.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know, let me start that differently. I heard you say earlier that you've experienced I think you said the fair pricing of not a problem hauling. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And they charged you to remove that fridge. I think you said $150.
Correct.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that the city would remove that fridge for $80?
I didn't know.
Okay. I also heard you say that you wouldn't entertain the thought of contacting the other haulers for garbage disposal. Is that accurate?
That's not what I said. I said I wouldn't entertain the thought of hauling or utilizing a roll-off in the case that I didn't need one.
Oh, okay. So you would contact them if you did need a roll-off. Is that accurate?
I would entertain the thought of contacting them for pricing and pricing out my best option. I wouldn't necessarily say I wouldn't use them. I wouldn't necessarily say that I would use them. I would utilize the most cost-effective service.
Okay, so you would contact the existing haulers if you had a need for roll-off services?
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware that the existing haulers provide other services other than just roll-offs?
No.
Okay. When was the last time you contacted any of the other haulers other than the city of Billings for garbage service?
Early last year.
And which hauler was that?
I contacted, I believe it was Mackenzie. And there was another, I genuinely don't remember the roll-off service that I got a quote on the internet from.
Understood.
So I couldn't definitively tell you which service that was.
Got it. And you contacted them specifically about roll-off services?
Yes.
Understood. You didn't ask them about commercial service or residential service?
No, I didn't need it in a commercial capacity at that time, so I wasn't looking at commercial.
Okay.
The majority of what I do isn't commercial, so in a commercial capacity.
I'm not certain I understand what you just said. Could you repeat that?
The majority of what I do is not in a commercial capacity in the sense like when I think commercial, I think like big project, big scope project.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what I would utilize or when I would utilize them would be in that capacity.
So you would typically use garbage haulers for sort of smaller scale residential purposes.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I think I heard you say you were referring to the applicant. You said you would absolutely contact them if they were able to leave their container on site and then let your staff load it. Is that correct?
That'd be an option. Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. I would contact them.
And is that also true of other vendors, that you would also contact them if they were able to leave their container on site and your staff could fill it?
I mean, depending on Depending on the factors, yes, I wouldn't limit it to just one business. It would be whatever I felt would be the most cost effective and most readily available option to fit that project. I wouldn't exclude a business because of that, if that's what you're asking me.
Okay, so you're open to using whichever garbage hauler can meet your needs at the time.
Correct.
And so if they have a container that could meet your needs, that is an acceptable option from your
correct
purposes as a property manager.
Yes.
Okay. I think I heard you say, and I want to make sure I've clarified this for the record. I think I heard you say it's not your responsibility to make sure whether or not a problem would follow the law. Is that correct?
I think that was misinterpreted what I was trying. Yes, that is what I said.
Okay.
Yes.
And just to be clear, I think I also heard you say, but you would still want a garbage hauler that follows the law. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Last but not least, we talked a little bit about the city's pricing before. When's the last time you've gone and looked at the pricing of the city options for bulk item pickup?
I haven't had a need really to do bulk item pickup since we utilize like dumpster services. So I'd say probably over a year.
Over a year. Okay. And when is the last time you've had a need to call for roll-off services of any kind?
Probably again a year.
Okay.
We were doing a large scale project.
And when is the last time you had a need, again, in your capacity as a property manager, to call for a garbage receptacle that is larger than the sort of standard 96-gallon residential can?
Okay, say that one more time.
When's the last time you've had a need to contact a garbage hauler for a garbage receptacle? So not necessarily just a roll-off, but maybe a smaller commercial dumpster. Sure. Or a larger can, something that's larger than the standard 96-gallon can.
I had to do that in my own capacity for my own home. I contacted the city of Billings for an additional garbage receptacle.
Okay. And how recently was that?
Maybe less than a month, like within the last 30 days.
Okay. Last questions, and then I think I'll be done. I'm looking at the email that you had sent in that I think you've got in front of you as well. It's marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 2. Mm-hmm. In the second paragraph of your letter, you say that and I'll read it, in my role as a property manager, dependable waste and dump trailer services are essential to maintaining safe, clean, and compliant properties. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. When you say dependable waste and dump trailer services, I think what you are referring to is dependable waste and removal services. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it's not specific to dump trailers, correct?
Correct. It's not.
And then in the third paragraph, again, reading from your email, when hauling services are unavailable or unaffordable, cleanup and maintenance are delayed, compliance risks increase, and families are left dealing with unsafe or unsanitary conditions longer than necessary. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay, and so just to be clear, when hauling services are available and are affordable, those risks and those concerns are not present, correct?
I wouldn't say they're not present. I would say they're less probable.
Less probable. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have for you, Amanda. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're getting close to 2 hours, so if you'd like a break, sure, let me know. Maybe you'd like to go 10 or 11.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Commissioner.
Want me to move up for you?
Thank you. All right, so I'm asking, does the crowd like a break, or do we proceed with Montana roll-offs? We're getting to 2 hours.
I've got about 10 minutes, but if we want to take a break, I don't have a preference, so it's whatever everybody else wants to do.
Okay, go ahead. Proceed with your questions. We'll take a break after that.
Good morning, Amanda. My name is Allie Garib. I represent MT Roll-Offs. Hello. I'll try to get you through this and not ask duplicate questions. You're a property manager, you said?
Yes.
Does your management company have a name or do you operate individually?
Yes. I mean, so in full transparency, at the time that I wrote this statement, I was working for Haven Park. I no longer work for Haven Park, so I'm now going in my own capacity.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And you've been in Billings total approximately 20 years over the last 30 years or so?
Yeah, last 34.
Okay. You just found out about empty roll-offs, that they exist. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. You saw a container somewhere?
A bright green one.
Okay. Okay. Yep. So you wouldn't have had any opportunity to contact them to get service?
I didn't know about them.
Sure. Right.
To contact
Yeah,
them.
that's how logic works, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You mentioned something about getting potential fines from the city of Billings for not being in compliance. When does that happen with solid waste issues?
So that's actually happened to me in a real capacity. I had garbage that was not able to be picked up by the city of Billings on my property, and I had the city of Billings code enforcement issue me a notice.
That's sometimes the unfortunate way we learn from mistakes.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And you did give a price quote for the fridge removal that Not a Problem did for you, right?
Correct.
And you said that was $150?
Yes.
Okay. And I think Mr. Facilla asked about are you familiar with do you ever go to the Billings Public Works Department website?
When I pay my bill every month.
Okay. Are you familiar that or are you aware that they have their rates publicly posted there?
Yeah.
Okay. And are you aware that those rates are passed by the city of Billings?
I would assume that they were, yes.
And so this time, Chairman Panochi, I would ask that the commission, and I'll send it via email, but I would ask that the commission take administrative notice of the City of Billings resolution number 25-11272. That's it has all the Billings solid waste departments rates, and I think it would be informative for the commission to have that on record in this case, just so we know what we're looking at. And it's not subject to reasonable dispute. It was well, it's not a fact. It's administrative notice of the passage of this law and the resolution and the rates associated therewith. And I will send this out to the parties. So that everyone has a copy. I think Mr. Frisilla said would it surprise you to learn that the city of Billings was $80 to remove a fridge?
Hold on, council.
Sure.
Response by Mr. Shadek.
Yes, Judge, I think they're comparing apples to oranges. I believe what Amanda testified to is she paid $150 for the transportation and picking up the fridge and taking it to her house, not just the pickup and drop off of a city dump truck, Judge. He was actually performing more services, but.
No, council, I'm asking for response to the motion to take administrative notice of the rates of the city of Billings.
I think there's a government document, Judge, so no objection.
The commission will take administrative notice.
So I just want to make sure we get on the record that in terms of so Amanda, when you had that fridge removed, did you go look on the City of Billings website at their rates?
No.
Okay. And so the rate for a removal of a fridge, freezer, or appliance on there is actually $87 Um, You indicated, I'm sorry, let's go back to that. It was actually $87. So if you had known that when you hired Not a Problem to come haul that fridge, would you have considered using the city for that service?
The city respectfully would not deliver my new fridge or pick up my new fridge. So no, I would not have.
So in addition to disposing of your old fridge, Not a Problem picked up your new fridge?
Correct.
Okay, got it. You indicated that you testified that you've used Not a Problem many times at your place of business, is that right?
Correct.
And is that with Haven and with your company, or is it?
Just with Haven Park.
Okay. How many times would you say on average per month do you have to do that?
I mean, this is the season of evictions, so I've had to do that a fair number the last several months. I would say probably 5 to 6 times in the last month.
And is that pretty standard every month throughout the year? Does it fluctuate depending on?
I've done this for a lot of years. I think there's definitely months that we see an increase in evictions as property managers. Unfortunately, November, December, January are kind of some of the 3 highest eviction months that we see in Yellowstone County. So it really just depends. It depends on the property. It depends on a lot of factors.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Thank you. Now we'll go on to a break. I'll spend 10 minutes sound everybody. Okay, so we're off the record. We're gonna come back at 11:15.
Commissioner, is there
Hey, Holly, you there?
Hey, Applicant.
Hi. Yes, I am just wondering if you could hear better if the commissioner and I do not turn on our mics, but just speak up louder so that you can pick us up on this mic here.
I can hear you very clearly, but you're standing next to it.
Holly, can you hear me? Holly, can you hear me? Holly, you there?
Can you hear the commissioner?
Kind of. I mean, right now I'm hearing a lot of other people talking. We can give that a shot.
I mean, is it better with us turning on our mics to speak? Do you hear us better then?
Holly, my mic is on. Is this better?
It's a little bit better. I can hear that you're talking. It's muffled, like the public commenter was saying. So it's just kind of difficult to understand. The mic that you're standing next to on the table is really clear. So when you move that to the bench, I hear clearly. But I know that's not very.
All right, how's this? Is that better?
That's great.
Okay, so what we're gonna have to do is move this round mic to this area each time. Is that what your thoughts are?
That would give the best record, absolutely.
But only when we speak.
Well, I need to hear everybody. So.
It's almost like we need another flat mic.
Yes.
Trying to put in the center to put that on. That would work.
Another one.
Go ask.
She was. Yeah, she went such wine great spot, my undying friend. She was like.
We're gonna look for something.
Okay, sounds great.
I got one. It's not. Yeah, you're out, right? But there's somewhere away. Correct. Yeah.
Hello.
Good. Thank you. See you. You know
And then right after that was the wind storm, so that was a little difficult, but it's okay. It's still going.
Good. That's good. Joshua, how are you? Great. Yes, true.
It's so cold here.
Yeah.
Like when you say some hands warmers. I thought it was just me on the spot of there. It has been just back up couldn't figure out we had this problem the last one, they couldn't figure out the microphones or anything. I was like, I don't really want to stand up and have microphones.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you see, I should get to try, but yeah, I don't quite know what the issue is. Different setup.
Yeah, so this is what we use, and we have to keep moving it from here to here. So if these people are speaking, it has to be here. If they're speaking, we have to move it up here.
Have you, and it doesn't help having these microphones on?
No, it's just
Well, the
muffled.
combination of the two work good.
I mean, it sounds
If
great
I
in
don't use
here.
this, it's not so good. If I use them both, it works good. But we do have to move it from here to there, which, you know, I don't mind doing. I'll get up and move it.
You just wanna, you're thinking maybe having something stand
Yeah.
up taller right there?
Yeah.
We can
Okay.
try that.
Yeah, let me go, I'll go look around in the basement, see if there's anything that we can maybe put in the middle there. that-
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, it's
You know,
remote
we've had
recorder's
hearings
not
here
ideal.
before, and we didn't have this experience last.
Yeah, we had a little issue with these that we did something with,
Well, I've
but
had
yeah.
several hearings here over the
Okay,
years.
yeah.
First time
Yeah.
I've run into this, but I don't remember using this at all.
Well, it's usually closer
Well,
to me.
Let me read. That is the curveball.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the,
Yeah, because it sounds great in here. I think everybody can hear each other in here.
that's the difference at this hearing.
Yeah.
She's online.
Yeah, there must have been a last minute change with all that. He's trying to find us something. He went to the basement to look.
It's almost like, you know, I don't know if there's gonna be any difference between like here or here and like here.
Yeah.
It's just not that big a difference.
That's it.
So I'm almost like, as long as it's like
Good.
here,
Mhm.
that's just right. But maybe we could bring,
I'll double check.
let's bring a chair and put the microphone on the chair. That's why I thought that table. I know the table, the one, the wheels is about that height, so it would be like this and it would be right here.
Yeah.
And then we would have to speak up, which is fine.
Yeah.
But it seems like we're gonna need to get more than one mic, but then would we have feedback between the two?
Possibly. I don't know. That'd be
Yeah,
Phil's
I may
question.
have to actually
It's a
schedule
really
that
I don't know if they
mic.
can add
Monday.
order just one
Feedback,
of
that's the
these.
problem.
Or he may have an extra one in the office. I don't know.
Thoughts all the time.
They have two of these setups.
So you
We need to get going, so, I mean,
have so many.
we can work with that for after lunch, but we need.
Regardless of
Okay,
And
and
so
so
try it right here.
I think so. See that, my only concern is I want to be able to pick up all the witnesses, but if we just put this like right here. As long as it picks up the witnesses. So before we start, we'll do a test to make sure she's picking them up. These guys are speaking into microphones, aren't they?
These aren't even plugged in. Yeah, so I think
That one
this
is.
plugged in.
That one is.
Oh, okay, so it's just this one.
Yeah, so I'm like, is that, but I can't really hear that it's picking anybody up.
It must be picking theirs up in general, like up close, but.
And then this one is not plugged in. Okay, so that's working. Right. Well, let's go ahead with this for now. Okay, where's Mr. Shavek?
I think you just stepped out.
I'm gonna go get. We'll go ahead and proceed. Oh, he's coming back in on. Oh, they've got the table. See, I don't know if it's gonna make any difference than just putting it right up there. Thank you.
But yeah, there you go. I wasn't even thinking of that, but yeah.
Maybe, there we go, thank you.
Do you want me to, oh, is that?
We'll give that a try.
It's all right now.
Oh, I've got it muted, hold on.
You're not muted.
Oh, we're not muted. Oh,
Can you hear us all right?
turn your mic off.
My mic's on.
You can't hear that, it's still muffled?
It's very, very quiet.
All right, let's, so you still can't hear me. Let's move the mic up here again.
How's that? Is that better?
That's great.
Okay. I'll move the mic. I'll volunteer to do that.
Who is that? Whose voice is that?
That's the court reporter.
Miss Fox.
Oh, okay. I didn't recognize it. Well, did she hear clearly? I'm pretty sure.
Holly, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
All right, let's, we'll see if we can fly with that.
Yeah, what about this guy?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can't see you. Who is it?
Well, the test was hearing, so, all right. Well, let's go back on the record. The time is 11:18, and let's begin with commissioner questions. And I'd like to start with our online commissioner, Commissioner Bukacek. Can you hear me? Do you have any questions? We'll circle back.
Thank you for asking. I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll always try to start with you that way. If we don't, if there's some sort of problem, we can circle back. Okay, so we'll go on to Commissioner Brad Molnar. Any questions?
No question.
Okay, I have a couple that I think are pertinent. Let's start here. Does Not a Problem offer a service you were not able to find with other providers?
It's hard to answer that question. You can find service with other providers, but it being readily available to you as a consumer is maybe another story. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's exclusive in this capacity right now, no.
All right, Amber, here's a good question. It seems like the price with Not a Problem was substantially lower and were more readily available with a quicker response time. Was that what I was hearing in your testimony today?
Correct, yes.
I also thought I heard that possibly you needed a refrigerator removed by another provider and you were told no, and you couldn't get a refrigerator removed. Did I understand that correctly, or is there never been a problem with that?
So in that sense, like I contacted the city of Billings to find the requirements for disposal of the refrigerator. I didn't ask them if they would dispose of my refrigerator because it was an all-inclusive price from Not a Problem hauling. So with the disposal of my old refrigerator, they also delivered and installed my new refrigerator as well. So I wouldn't have asked the city of Billings to do that service, respectfully.
I heard a question asked that a container of about 90 gallons could be made available, but with managing over 300 rentals, I can think of a lot of instances where that's not big enough. Mattress removal is an example.
Correct.
And the timely removal of mattress once it's outdoors is important, and I'll explain why. A mattress can easily weigh 125 pounds, but if it rains, can become 500 pounds in a real hurry.
Yep.
So in this case, this 90-gallon container is not going to work. Removing a refrigerator is not going to work, or a stove. With over 300 rentals, I would say this happens quite often. Could you give us an example of how often you need something removed that a 90-gallon container wouldn't be a good fit per
Almost
year?
daily. Almost daily. If it's not in my own capacity, we have residents that are utilizing and trying to find services themselves. Whereas like if I weren't making them do it, they have the opportunity to contact a vendor to have it removed. Because if they don't remove it, I'm gonna send them a notice. I'm gonna give them notification that they're in violation of their lease agreement by having a fridge, a stove, a dishwasher, a mattress, a broken down car. I mean, all sorts of things. I'm gonna send them a notification saying you have 14 days to remedy this, otherwise you're in violation of your lease. So it's not just the property managers that are coming into issues with junk removal, it's also residents as well.
A roll-off can do a certain amount of damage. When rolling off of the trailer, this container slam into the pavement and damage the pavement. It can chip concrete. Where a trailer on wheels, we avoid that sort of thing. Has that been an important issue when you're trying to represent these property owners that don't like to see that type of damage on concrete or pavement? I never heard of this issue brought up as a trailer with wheels, avoiding that damage. And has that been something that's important to you in these decisions?
That case and scenario did happen to me at the property that I was managing within the last several months. We had a number of homes, brand new homes brought into our community. It's a mobile home community. And the home set crew that is responsible for setting the homes contacted one of the larger entities here in Billings, and they hired a roll-off service. And when they delivered that roll-off service, their roll-off dumpster demolished the asphalt of the property. So it did extensive damage to the parking pad of the home where they delivered that roll-off service to. Thankfully, that is something that the set crew was able to have repaired at their cost, but it is a real possibility. It happens very frequently.
A good question is, have you relayed some of these issues that you'd like to see made available to the other providers, to garbage, or have you not had the opportunity to sit down and talk to them and say, here's a need I have? And if you did ask them, what was their answer to this? Or perhaps the question, they're half the price. Could you bring your price down a bit? Was there a conversation on these questions?
So I wouldn't say that I went into any of these entities myself in person and had a conversation with any of the representatives. I have had, phone calls. I've been through different circumstances, both in a professional capacity and as a homeowner in Yellowstone County where I needed services. And the response that I received, and not just from one particular individual company, kind of large scale, was that they weren't able to offer the type of service that I needed in the budget in which I needed them to. As a single parent of multiple children, I have a very strict budget that I have to follow, and there's not a way that I would have been able to afford it. And I don't think that having a conversation, and I could be wrong, I don't think that having a conversation with their representative would have changed those circumstances. I'm just a person. That makes sense.
What was interesting is to hear today that refrigerator removal might be available or is available cheaper than what you've been using. Is this the first time you've heard of that? Then a good question is, have you asked about removal of a refrigerator and you were told it was not available? Well, today you're being told it was. That's a good question to ask.
So prior to knowing that the city of Billings does fridge pickup, I did not know that until today. But when I was managing an apartment complex locally, they have the big brown dumpster pickup things at the property. They don't have like the individualized canisters that the city utilizes. And when we would have residents that put belongings in those dumpsters that did not fit the qualifications of them picking up, they refused to pick up our garbage. The city refused to pick up the garbage. We would have residents leave mattresses in the cubicle areas where the dumpsters kind of reside. We'd have them leave mattresses, furniture. If they weren't located in the dumpster, they would pick up the dumpster, the mattresses would fall and they would set the canisters right on top of the furniture, the mattresses, the garbage. So that's been my experience.
Well, thank you, Amber. Any questions from my staff attorney?
No questions.
So now I'd like to ask Republic if they have any recross. Or I'm sorry, I should start with.
It's
Not a
okay.
problem.
You can go back to recross and to redirect. Finish.
So we do recross first. All right, let's start with recross. Republic, you have any recross?
Two questions, just to make sure I understood your testimony. The first was, you talked about big brown dumpster receptacles. I'm trying to visualize what you're describing. Would it be fair to describe those as sort of the mid-sized commercial type dumpsters that you might see outside a restaurant or a Target or something like that?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. And then second, I think I heard you say that when the garbage was not placed inside the garbage container, the city would not pick it up and instead relied on the property owner to clean up their own garbage. Is that correct?
Correct.
No further questions from the public at this time.
All right, Montana roll-offs, any,
No further questions.
okay. Mackenzie?
Nothing from Mackenzie.
Okay, any redirect?
So this is a question for the commission, is this only redirect when it comes to the scope of your guys' questions or the scope of cross?
Both.
Okay. I only have a few. So in your professional setting and your personal setting is, how come you chose not a problem hauling compared to these roll-off companies?
Cost. Cost is a big one. And then I would say the second to cost would be the availability, the flexibility and availability of service.
Is that known as lead time?
Yeah.
Okay, what is on average, from your personal knowledge what is their lead time or the time to get there when you need them in it pretty quickly?
Are we talking about non-problem hauling or?
Right now, just other roll-off companies.
I have not scheduled another roll-off company, so I couldn't attest to the lead time it would take.
And how come you haven't called like a roll-off company then?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, your question.
How come you haven't called another roll-off company?
I would say primarily the cost factor is the biggest. What I would spend with a roll-off. Well, and what I would spend with a roll-off would blow my entire budget for a quarter. I mean, to manage the property, but does that answer your question?
It certainly did. So as for this city pickup for $87, is that where they just pick a curbside, or what is that? Do you have any idea?
And today was the first day I knew that they picked them up, so I would assume it would be like you set it on a curb and they pick it up, but I don't know. I couldn't test that.
No further questions.
May this witness be excused temporarily or permanently?
Permanently, Judge.
You okay with that? Okay, Amber, you're excused permanently.
Thank you.
Mr. Shevek, you may call your next witness.
Judge, Commissioner, recall Christine.
And this witness is sworn in, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Christine, what's your last name? What's your last name?
Moody.
M-O-O-D-Y?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I don't believe this individual has been identified as a witness in the applicant's pre-hearing memorandum, so
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
sorry, I'll speak up. Commissioners, I do not believe that this witness was identified as a witness in the applicant's pre-hearing memorandum. Again, this is the surprise issue that I referenced before, and I think the same argument applies here. The whole purpose of disclosing evidence and witnesses ahead of time is to allow all the parties a fair chance to prepare for the hearing.
Mr. Shabak, you have a response?
Judge, if I have a copy, I don't have a paper copy of my notice of witnesses, but I believe all my witnesses fairly, if it's not disclosed in my pretrial memorandum, Judge, then it's just that she's not allowed. But right now, I just don't have a copy of my memorandum or exhibits, not handed to the court.
Did you disclose this?
I disclosed it in discovery and from my memory, I do not want to misrepresent to the court, as I believe it's also in my sentencing memorandum, or not sentencing, but in my.
We'll allow it.
May I have the first and last name spelled out more clearly, please?
Christine, can you please state your first and last name for me?
Christy Moody, Kristi, last name Moody.
Christy, where do you reside?
I recently moved to Lockwood from Huntley.
And how long have you lived in Yellowstone County for?
Decades.
Decades, okay.
I'm sorry, can we get the mic closer to the witness?
Is that better?
A little bit better. Just speak up and just do that.
Actually, we can just move them down. And we can, plug in the key.
How's that?
It's not plugged in.
Yeah, it's the little round flat mic.
Where is it? Oh, there it is. Thank you.
How's that?
So wonderful, thank you.
So, Christy, can you tell me a little bit about yourself?
I recently moved from Huntley to Lockwood. I gave my house to my son and his family, and I thought it would be fun to live in an RV on my land. It's not fun. So I moved to Lockwood.
Okay, and what is your experience with garbage since you've lived there?
Okay, so the city of Billings does not offer garbage pickup out there. So I called Republic and they were going to come out and check out my road because it's a bad road. It gets really treacherous in the wintertime or if it rains hard.
What would Republic say?
They were supposed to come out and check out the road and they never came out. So I called Mackenzie and they would not take a bin up to the house. They insisted on leaving it at the beginning of the road because they didn't want to use that road.
So let me just try to understand your situation. Do you pay like a monthly service for garbage haul?
I did.
Okay. And you can't use Billings because you're not in the city of Billings.
Right.
So you have to hire a private one, right?
Right.
Okay. And you called hauling companies such as Republic and Mackenzie. And had you had any success with that?
I had Mackenzie come and they dropped 2 bins off by my mailbox at the beginning of my road.
How big are these bins?
They're just the plastic thingies. I don't know how many gallons they are.
just like the typical.
Yeah, with the
police-
flip top, yeah.
One at a time, you're talking over each other.
And how long did you hire Republic, or I'm sorry, McKinsey?
It was a few months before I moved to Lockwood. They're probably 6 months.
Okay. And Chrissy, how young are you?
60, thank you.
Okay. And how far is it from your home to these canisters?
You know, I think it's probably a little less than a quarter of a mile.
Okay. And what transpired with McKinsey?
I moved.
Okay.
So I didn't need their service anymore.
Okay. When did you get in contact with Not a Problem?
In September is when I moved to Lockwood. And I called Big Sky Steel and they wouldn't bring out a dumpster because at the end of the road where my house is, it's very tight. Not only is the road bad, but it's hard you can't turn around in there easily. So they would not drop off a roll off.
So let me just try to understand this. You sold your home and then you moved into Lockwood, right?
I gave my home away and moved to Lockwood.
Who'd you give your home to?
My son and his family.
Okay, that's fair. So, and you needed to get stuff out of your home and
Yes.
Huntley, right?
Yep, there was some big stuff to move that I can't move anymore by myself. So I called Josh and he moved, he loaded and moved my bigger pieces of furniture and unloaded them at my new place.
Did you contact McKinsey or Republic regarding?
They won't bring a roll off up there.
What do you mean they won't bring a roll up? There's a road there.
They don't want to use the road. It's not a good road.
Did you talk to them sending a dump trailer or any other? Because they just didn't do it?
They wouldn't do it.
I guess as a 60-year-old woman, how does that make you feel knowing that you can't get proper equipment up there to move?
Well, that's why I called Josh.
And what happened with Josh with Not a Problem?
He loaded my furniture, he hauled it to my new place and unloaded it in my new place. He also hauled away some things that had come out of the RV to the dump for me that I could not load or haul myself. And there were some things that were left outside of my new place from the people that were evicted before me. There was a mattress, there was a TV stand, there was an end table and miscellaneous household goods like silverware and stuff that they just threw up against the fence and left it there. And the lovely property management company that I rent from would not haul it off. So Josh did.
Now with Amanda Rudolph,
No,
right? Okay.
different company.
So how come you didn't call McKinsey or Allied or even Montana Roll-Offs?
You know, to be honest with you, my new place, as far as getting around in there, turning around in there, is not much better than the old place. And Josh had a heck of a time getting in and out of there. So he was already there and he hauled it off.
What did he charge you, by the way?
$200.
$200 to
Yep.
haul and.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm a single person. I don't make a bunch of money and I couldn't afford a roll off anyway.
Why is that?
Because I don't make enough money.
Do you know how much those roll-off costs?
When I hauled a bunch of metal off and I was quoted from Big Sky Steel $400.
Is $400 a lot to you?
Yes.
A lot to everybody.
Yep.
Tell me about your interactions with Josh. How was he as a business person?
I found him on Facebook.
Okay.
He was there when he said he was gonna be. He personable. He was open to any anything I needed done. And then during our conversations, we found we have quite a bit in common. He knows both of my children. He actually remembered the van that I used to drive in the 90s.
Are you aware that Josh has a CDL? Are you aware of that?
No,
Are you aware that he's had no accidents since he's had a CDL?
I did not know that.
Did you seeing his backup skills with these trailers?
Yes, I saw
Tell me
that.
about your personal experience on that.
Well, like I said, the places where I've had to have him help me are both tight quarters. And he got in and out of both places with no problem.
Are you aware, do you know that he used to be OSHA certified? Do you know that?
No.
Did he tell you about his experience?
Some of them.
What did he tell you?
Just about helping people. He's trying to get back to the community and helping people like me.
Do you think there is a more of a public need for this type of niche in the market?
Absolutely.
Why is that?
Because people like me can't afford these big companies, and they can't always go where they're needed to go. Like where I was and am.
One moment, commissioners. No further questions.
The witness may now be cross-examined. Mackenzie, would you like to go first? You have any recross? I'm sorry.
I may have some questions, Commissioner, but if you're giving me the option to defer going first, I would in fact defer.
All right, I'll go with that. Public, would you like to go next?
One moment, Commissioner, I apologize. Only a couple of questions, Commissioner, if that's acceptable.
Thank you. That's acceptable.
Christy.
Hello.
My name's Lucas Forcell. I'm
Hi.
an attorney representing Republic Services. I wanted to just touch on a couple of the points that you raised and make sure I understand what you said. The first one was, it sounds like maybe the first job that you hired Not a Problem hauling for, Josh hauled the furniture to a new place and then removed some larger items of property from both the old address and the new address. Is that correct? Okay. And when did that happen? Approximately?
In September.
September of 2025?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. And that was a valuable service to you because your property management company wouldn't have removed the property for you. Is that accurate?
They were certainly taking their time.
Or they were taking their time doing so? Okay. And it sounds like Republic and Mackenzie, or Republic or Mackenzie, I'm not clear, would have deposited a garbage receptacle for you, but maybe not in the location that you wanted?
No, I didn't call either company for a roll-off.
Okay.
A service. I called them for a garbage service, to be picked up every week.
Okay.
And they brought me the 2 plastic bins, but they would only drop it at the end of my road.
Got it. So you'd contacted them for residential, sort of traditional residential service,
right.
Not the additional property service?
No.
Okay. And then just to make sure I got this, I heard you say that you had contacted Big Sky Steel to haul some metal off. Is that correct?
Yep. It was about 2020 maybe.
Okay, so several years ago, but
yes.
And did you seek garbage service from them or recycling services?
Recycling. Big Sky Steel only does recycling.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions I have, Commissioners.
Montana roll-off, any questions?
Chairman Panucci, no questions for this witness from MT roll-offs.
Okay, we'll go to,
I will ask just a few questions if I may.
you may.
Hello, ma'am. I'm Grayson Hill, represent McKenzie in this matter. Did you ask McKenzie about placing those two cans closer?
Yes,
You did, and what was the response?
they didn't want to travel the road, especially in the winter to pick it up every week. It's a very narrow road. It's a dirt road.
And this was the one in Huntley?
Mhm.
When Not a Problem assisted you in moving, did you load any of the material yourself?
No.
They did it all?
Yep.
Is that what you're looking for when, if you were to use them in the future? Is that the kind of service you would be looking for?
Yes.
And part of what you used them for was to move some of your property, not to dispose of it, right?
Right. They moved my furniture that I couldn't get myself from Huntley to Lockwood, and they put it in my house.
Now, is that a service you typically expect a traditional garbage company to perform?
No.
So you understand that Not a Problem is seeking authority from the Public Service Commission to do Class D garbage transportation, right?
Yes.
What is it in your understanding about what you have used them for and would use them for that they would need that authorization for? In other words, well, go ahead and if you understand.
I don't understand the question.
Why do you believe that there's a need for them to have Class D authorization?
Because people he's affordable, he's reliable, and he's available.
But he's already been able to do that for you, right?
And if I needed him again, he would do it again.
Just a moment. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go on to commissioner questions. Let's start with Commissioner Bukacek. Any questions?
No question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Moller, any questions?
Just a quick one, Mr. Chairman. Christie, I'm getting a little confused here with some of
Can
this.
you move the microphone closer to Commissioner? Nope.
How's that?
Much better. Thank you.
You bet. Christie, because your back was to me, I couldn't hear some of your answers. Okay, are you a property manager?
No.
Okay, so this is strictly personal use?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think one of the things that the council just got into is kind of what I'm getting into, is they can do everything that you want them to do right now. The Class D is not something you're really interested in, which would be more garbage hauling, construction site, waste, things like that. Do you foresee where you would need the services from a Class D hauler?
Yes.
that you'd be better off using them as opposed to Republic or the other two that are here.
They did haul garbage off for me
Okay,
it was in a place where it was really hard to get to. And so Josh was able to do it when the others wouldn't even attempt it.
okay, when you say garbage, are we talking family garbage, leftovers from table scraps, or
There were
just things?
things I took out of my RV, furniture, things that I took out of my RV that he hauled to the dump for me.
Okay, well, thank you.
I have no questions for this witness. Does staff attorney have any questions?
No questions.
Do any of the protestants wish to recross the witness following commission and staff questions?
MT Roll-Offs does not.
Republic does not.
Mackenzie does not.
Does,
No, Judge.
do you have any redirect for this witness?
No.
Okay. Can we permanently excuse this witness?
She can be recused permanently.
Okay.
Thank you.
You may step down.
I think that microphone got muted. There we go.
Mr.
Thank you.
Staff, you can call your next witness.
We call Josh Nott.
This is probably a good question for everyone. Would you guys like to break for lunch, or anybody like to?
It's appropriate.
All right.
It's just like a vote, we're breaking for lunch. Everybody like 45 minutes, an hour, or would you like? An hour. Okay, how about we meet back here at 1 o'clock? The time is 11:56. 4, we're off the record.
Yeah, there is hope for mine, right? Well, you know,
I don't know, it just shows me on there and I don't wanna interrupt it, I don't know.
Was there a link that was sent?
I don't know. Yeah, Josh sent me one.
Click on the link again. You probably had to enable it first and then go in and click on the link again.
What is this?
Doctor or whatever. No. I do. But I think I'm probably one of the very few.
Back on the record, time is 1:02.
Commissioner Pnocci, can you get the other mic?
Grab the puck.
It's now a hockey puck.
Well, that's what they call it.
We're back on the record. The time is like 1:02. Sir, you may proceed with your witness.
Commissioner McCullough, Joshua Nott. All right, Josh, can you please state your first and last name for me?
Yep, my name is Joshua Nott, last name spelled N-O-T-T.
Okay, tell me a little bit about yourself. Where are you from?
Oh, I was born in Watsonville, California, 1987. We moved to a small town called Bridger in 1991.
Okay.
I grew up in a small town. There's about 65 kids in my high school, and my junior year, I moved to Billings and I went to Skyview High School. I graduated in 2005.
Okay, and you're Bridger, Montana?
Bridger, Montana.
Okay, so tell me about what was your upbringing in Bridger?
I'm just a country boy, you know, working on the farm and ranch, and I'd just be out with Grandpa working on tractors, and I was really interested in mechanics and in fixing things that were broken.
Okay. So what did you do on the ranch and farm?
I would just help Grandpa out. I would help friends fixing on three-wheelers and, you know, just all kinds of different stuff that I really, really enjoy learning how to do, and hands-on stuff.
I'm a mechanic guy too. What's your favorite brand of tool, by the way?
Oh, I do a lot of Harbor Freight stuff myself, actually.
Okay.
If it breaks, I bring it back, they replace it.
Okay. So I guess what did you do in high school?
So I played football through middle school. I did track, you know, I actually, hard to believe now, but I ran the 400-meter relay and we made it to state, you know. Every time I'd run it, I'd pull my hip flexor. But
I remember you. Yeah.
I started working at the age of 14 and a half. I did a program through HRDC where I got to work at my local high school, and I replaced all the carpet for them. I tore all the carpet out. We hauled all the carpet out and hauled it off, and I was able to help put new carpet in. I also learned how to do maintenance work. We'd move sprinkler systems around, and that was my first actual job. And I remember I was so excited. My first paycheck, I bought a new set of wheels for my 67 Chevy pickup.
C10?
Yeah.
Now, so what did you do? You graduated in 05. Well, does that make you 38?
38, yeah,
38?
that's correct.
So what did you do after you graduated high school?
So I got accepted to UTI in Phoenix. I wanted to be a diesel mechanic. And so I was planning on leaving, and I ended up working at Albertsons, and I was just bagging groceries and pushing carts. And I really enjoyed working with the public, you know, helping people out and small talk, getting to know people. And I had the meat manager come up to me, and he had an interest in me and wanted to know if I wanted to do an apprenticeship for meat cutting. And I went, man, that sounds pretty cool. I get to stay here with my family, not go to Phoenix where I don't know anybody. And so I did an apprenticeship for meat cutter. It took me 3 years. I became a journeyman meat cutter, and my goal was to become the meat manager. And I did that within the next 2 years. I was with Albertsons for 9 years, and I decided I wanted more. So I went and interviewed for Costco, and in the interview, I had a really good interview, but they didn't want to pay me what I felt was my worth. And I said, hey, thanks a lot for your time. I hit the interstate, and they called me right away and said, what it'll take to get this done.
Okay.
So I started with them. I was there for 12 years, and I started as a cleanup guy, and I worked my way up to the meat manager, where I worked until February of this 2025.
Did you have a little stint with an oil field at all?
Yeah, so I was chasing that dollar, you know, trying to benefit my family. And, you know, times were rough going through COVID. And I left Costco and I went to the Bakken, where I was a floor hand on an oil rig. I took, it was a 9-day training class where I learned how to properly rig equipment, and I became OSHA certified. It was definitely a learning experience. At that time, I felt like the craziest person I knew, because I'm out there in 50-degree below zero weather, and I'm out there in the elements 12 and a half hours a day, you know, staying in a man camp. But I miss my family, being gone 3 weeks at a time. My wife and I, we have 5 children together.
Congrats.
And so I came back to Billings.
What did you do after the oil field?
Well, I was contemplating going back to Costco, because it was a good job, you know,
Good
good benefits. it was good money, but I wanted to try something else. So I went to Brett's RV and I sold RVs for 6 months.
Okay, so let's go with the details of Costco. What was your title?
So I was the meat department manager. I was there for less than a year and I interviewed for the meat manager position with a regional guy. He flew down from corporate and he said, Josh, this is your one chance to interview me. Ask me anything you want. That interview was 2.5 hours long. And I asked him everything and he said, Josh, you have the meat experience, but you don't have management experience. And here's what I would like for you to do. I'd like for you to work your way around the building. So it wasn't even 2 weeks later, I was a front end supervisor. So I was in charge of the whole front end. Next thing you know, I became the night merch manager where I learned how to drive forklift and dropping pallets out of the steel and
Are you certified in forklift?
certified forklift
Nice.
driver.
So let's talk about the accounting portion of when you were a manager at Costco.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
So I ran a $15 million a year meat business. I was in charge of profits and losses. We were really competitive because Billings, we were lucky enough to have a Sam's Club here. And so I had to match their prices. And so I had to be more careful than other Costco's just because the margin was so small.
Do you have experience running Excel?
Yeah, so I wrote all my schedules. I'd have to have a 7% labor. So if I didn't have the labor there, I had to stay and work because I was salary.
Okay. What about Word, Excel, or PowerPoint?
I did all my purchase orders. I would put PowerPoints together for corporate. Before I left, I actually had a job offer from corporate in Issaquah. They wanted me to move up there and become a regional supervisor.
Where at?
In Issaquah, Washington. That's the home headquarters. And I would have been in charge of 17 warehouses, their produce, deli, and meat departments. But again, when I thought about the cost of living there, there was 130,000 there. I was making 102 here, and I didn't seem beneficial in my career path.
So let's go through your finances. How much were you making at Costco?
Commissioners, at this time, we have to object. Again, this comes back to the data responses or data requests that were provided in the responses we got back. I understand maybe some leeway is appropriate regarding background information, but we've asked specifically about the job history, educational history, and the applicant and its members and their background. We've asked about the financing in connection with this application, and we were either told that the information was irrelevant or that the applicant wasn't going to provide it. And the applicant's data responses speak for themselves. If they wish to read those into the record or address the specific items in their data responses, I would have no objection, but this is well beyond what they've provided in discovery.
Problem, do you have response?
Yes, Judge. Yes. So one of the factors clearly is the applicant fit, and one of those is the financial condition of the applicant. We believe what was relevant is what was he making not 5 years ago, but what is his financial condition of today? I'm just giving little insight of why he made the jump from making 103 to go all on his own. That's the intent of my line of questioning.
If we might be permitted to respond.
Yes.
We agree without reservation that the fitness of the applicant is important, and that fitness would include an analysis of the applicant's finances, both past and current, and I guess potentially prospective in the future. But again, the applicant refused or failed to disclose this financial data that was requested in the course of discovery. So while I agree it's relevant, that is the entire import of these questions and the reason that we sought the sanction at the beginning of this hearing.
Council Mr. Nott testified about the salary he was making for Costco post-COVID, is that correct?
Yes.
That's within the last 5 years. The data request to you from Allied Waste Services was for financial information, gross income for the last 5 years. You objected and said that financial information is unrelated to regulated Class D services. It is irrelevant. And so this testimony will not be allowed beyond what has already been elicited. Unless one last set of discovery requests is MT roll-offs, and if I recall, you didn't provide any additional information. No, you didn't. And so this is something that is a challenge for the commission. You put the commission in a difficult position in the sense that appropriate discovery was issued to you, you did not respond to it, you objected to it as irrelevant, and now you're trying to elicit that very information from your witness. And so if you had responded to any of the Protestant's discovery responses with the information or even close to it, the testimony would be allowed, but under the circumstances, it cannot be.
Okay, thank you, Judge. So let me move on to let's go on with you. Why did you start Not a Problem Hauling LLC?
So we went on a family vacation in June of this year. My daughter got a Toyota Celica from her grandmother in Vegas, and I was calling around to rent a U-Haul trailer, and they wanted $800 to rent a trailer in Vegas and to haul the car back to Billings. And so I was talking with Alicia, and I said, I should just buy a car trailer. So I bought a car trailer, and I went and got the car and came back, and I thought, man, this is really cool, you know, kind of going on vacation and hauling cars. And I came back to Billings, and there was a guy in the neighborhood that was doing a siding job, and he said, hey, would you be interested in hauling off the siding for me? And I went, yeah, sure, I'll do that. So went out to the landfill, and I took all the siding off, and I just kept getting odd jobs. People were like, hey, can you haul this off for me? And it just kind of became a thing. And when I was out at the landfill, I would see these dump trailers out there, and I would be out there forever with my flat 18-foot car trailer, just one piece at a time. And they would just back up and lift up, and everything would come out. And I mean, there and gone in 10 minutes. So I went and bought a dump trailer.
Let me ask this. Did you have to take a loan for your dump trailer?
We paid cash for the dump trailer.
What about your car trailer? Did you take a loan for that?
I paid cash for that also. Yeah, we bought brand new 2025 dump trailer and car trailer.
I guess let's talk about your experience when it comes to hauling. Tell me what your experience is in hauling.
I've been hauling ever since I could drive. You know, I took driver's ed at 14 and a half and got my license at 15. And I was into cars. So I was always hauling cars back and forth. And I hauled some tractors, which were more heavy equipment. And I ended up hauling water for Grandpa. We'd haul 2,500 gallons of water at a time.
So do you have your CDL?
I do have my CDL.
How did you get your CDL?
So I actually drove school bus for 2 years.
When?
So it was 2019. I went back to Costco, and everyone at Costco gets hired on part-time. So I was morning stocking, and then I would go drive school bus in the afternoon. And I was a relief driver, so I would get a different route every day to fill in. And I had 130 different routes that I covered in the area.
Any accidents?
No accidents. Yeah, we had lots of training for that.
I guess let's go to what is your whole intent of getting this Class D license?
So I had a lot of people reaching out to me in the beginning. You know, we got really serious about this. July 23rd is when we filed for our business license. And right away in August, that's when I got the dump trailer. We had people reaching out to us nonstop. And I met this marketing company in the UK. And I reached out to them and they said
Objection, hearsay.
I didn't get the objection. I'm sorry.
Objection, hearsay.
Thank you.
I agree with that. What was your impression after talking to this individual?
That our services were much needed, that we could fill in the gaps that the larger companies couldn't.
So is your intent is that if you get this Class D license, is it your intent to start just buying roll-offs left and right?
No, we'd like to stay small and just take care of the community.
Would you stick with just the dump trailers, and why?
Just dump trailers.
Why?
I have a lot of clients that reach out that are concerned about roll-offs damaging their property.
So since you've been in business, when were you in business?
July 23rd.
Okay. Since then, and once you got the letter from the commission, how much work did you have?
We were fully booked for 2 months on dump trailer rentals. We would drop it at their house, they'd fill it, I would pick it up and take it to the landfill.
And once you found out that you were not supposed to do that, what'd you do?
I got the email from the commission and I was under the impression that I couldn't operate at all. So I started mowing lawns because I didn't think I could operate junk removal at all until it was later clarified that I could do it as long as I'm filling the trailer and not the customer.
Now, why do you think that there is a public need for this type of niche or this service?
I get text messages all the time. Hey, can I rent your trailer out? And I say, sorry, I can't do that. I don't have my Class D or PCN. I can't rent my trailer out. A lot of people want to do it at their own pace.
And so what I'm handing you is petitioner's proposed exhibit 1, 3, and 4. I think they already been admitted, commissioners.
Good question.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you in the commission. Can't hear that.
Email was admitted during Amanda.
And then the email was admitted during the testimony.
So what is petitioner's exhibit 1 and how do you recognize it?
This is a business plan that Alicia and I created together for Not a Problem Hauling LLC.
Why did you think it was important to get a business plan?
With all the work I've done in the past, I knew it was very important to have a business plan. Everywhere I've worked has had some form of a business plan or handbook, employee handbook.
Okay, and I believe opposing counsel, all three have asked, are you taking out any loans for this business?
No, we haven't taken any loans other than my diesel truck. When I purchased the dump trailer, the pickup that I had previously, that was a 2017 Chevy half-ton, 6.2 liter. It just wasn't capable of hauling all of the weight of the dump trailer. So I went out and financed a 1-ton diesel pickup.
Same objection as before, the lack of financial disclosures previously, and the commission's ruling on financial disclosures already should prohibit this testimony.
I think in judgment, I think in our answers, we indicated that there was no loans being taken out for this business. It's another reason why we didn't think it was relevant that there was no actual business loan.
If the commission will permit a response, I can direct you to the request. It's AWS 6 financial data, and in this case, it's a couple of the subparts. Part C, it asks the applicant to identify the current assets and liabilities of the applicant. So to the extent that there's an asset with no financing pertaining to it, it would be responsive to that request. To the extent that to the extent that there's financing, it would, subpart D, ask the applicant to identify all applications for loans, letters of credit, or documentation of other financing arrangements the applicant has made in order to provide the services, et cetera. So in either eventuality, there's a request that addresses that information.
So just to clarify, the applicant is the LLC, not the individual. And with regard to the response to AWS 6C, the applicant responded that, D, applicant has no financing arrangements, which is consistent with the testimony.
Ms. Snyder-Barnes, if you'll refer to the beginning of the data requests, there's a set of definitions, and the applicant means not a problem hauling LLC and its members, managers, employees, officers, agents, consultants, attorneys, and other persons acting under a contractual arrangement with them. So it includes the applicant's members as well.
Fair enough. In response to MT Roloff's number 4, the applicant did respond that it intends to rely on testimony from its members regarding financial fitness, including ownership of equipment.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Intends to rely on testimony was the last thing I heard.
From its members regarding its financial fitness, including ownership of equipment, ability to cover operating expenses, and maintenance of appropriate insurance. And so that particular response, while not specific, does indicate that testimony would be with respect to these matters. In the spirit of being liberal with respect to allowing evidence, given that this is an administrative hearing and not a court proceeding, the testimony will be allowed, but the commission will be looking at the data responses to determine whether the testimony, if an objection is received, whether the testimony will be allowed. This testimony will be allowed given the response to Montana Roloff's number 4.
Commissioner, can you ever repeat that last question?
Ms. Fox, can you read back the last question?
Sure. Don't forget to pass the mic over. Let's see. And I believe opposing counsel, all 3 have asked, have you taken out any loans for this business?
Yes, I took a loan out on the Duramax pickup.
How much was the loan?
70,000 approximately.
Have you been late?
No.
Can you tell me about your assets? What do you have?
I have 3 trailers. I have the dump trailer, which is a 7x16x4. It's a 16,000 pound capacity. I have an 18-foot steel deck car trailer. Then I have a small 5x8 utility trailer. I have the diesel pickup. I also have a snow plow truck. And I think that's it.
So let's go back to July of last year. Why did you decide to why did you do this niche compared to a general roll-off like everybody else?
I saw a need for it when I was at the landfill. I saw so many dump trailers in and out of there, and I saw a lot of things that looked like they needed to be recycled, and I thought I could help with recycling items, repurposing, using all this stuff from the landfill and trying to keep a lot of stuff out of the landfill.
Okay, tell me about your communications with Amanda. Rudolph?
She reached out to me, she called me, she said she saw my vehicle in a parking lot and got my phone number. I believe she saw some social media posts that we put out there, and she said she was having a lot of trouble getting vendors that could come and help her out. And so I told her that's something that I would be willing to do.
So in the last year, have you attempted to get like a price quote from McKinsey or Allied or even Montana Roll-Off?
Yes, we did.
When did you do this?
It was within the last week. We called and we weren't able to get a hold of McKinsey Disposal. We did get a hold of Allied Waste. They sent us to a lady in Arizona. They wanted all of our information, email address, said they had to do a site survey. They said that there was delivery fees, dump fees, daily fees. They asked what size we needed. We called Montana Roll-Offs and we couldn't get any information from them.
I guess
without exact details.
Why is not a problem hauling different from these guys?
I would say the biggest factor is that we operate a dump trailer and not a roll-off.
And what are the pros and cons of doing a dump trailer versus a roll-off?
I would say the dump trailer, we can get into places faster. We can get into places that some roll-offs can't get to.
What about lead time? What is lead time in this industry?
I mean, I could be to a site within an hour. I keep my trailers out at the ranch. I got 19 acres out in Lockwood there by the pictograph caves, and I go get my trailers. And
I guess is why do you heard argument or suggestion about is you can continue doing this hauling compared to getting your Class D. Why do you want this Class D compared to just regular hauling where you don't need anything?
I really enjoy helping people. And there's a lot of people that have reached out to me that wanted to rent the trailer for a certain amount of time and fill it themselves, because I've had multiple people who have lost family members and they're slowly going through their stuff. Like I've had customers who their parents passed away and they need to empty out the whole house, and it might just be a weekend thing, where they just want the trailer for the weekend. And I had really great success until I was forced to stop doing that.
Because have you asked any of these other companies if they even have a dump trailer type of cheaper option?
I haven't, but on the record, I didn't see anything listed as a dump trailer.
Would you be surprised in their discovery they don't? Neither three of them have a dump trailer.
I don't believe so.
It's only roll-offs, right?
As far as I know.
And let's talk about cost here. What is your cost compared to their cost?
I feel like we're affordable and we're very flexible. Some of our customers, they might just need half a day, not a full day, I know when I was looking through the documents, I saw a lot of the roll-offs are larger and geared towards more commercial jobs. We could fit approximately 18 yards in our dump trailer, and they don't have to fill the whole thing up. I mean, I could just go get a mattress. Somebody needs me to haul off a mattress, I'll go do that. I pay dump fees. It's approximately $32 a ton at the landfill. They have me listed as a business. If there's anything with refrigerants, I pay to have the refrigerants removed. They charge an additional $42.85 for that.
Okay. So tell me about the insurance. That's exhibit 3 and 4.
So when I met Amanda, working for a big corporation, I had to supply a lot of documents to them to be able to get approved as a vendor. And they couldn't get vendors because they couldn't supply all these documents that I did. And that was one of the things is the insurance. I had to make sure I had them listed on the certificate of insurance.
Okay, it looks like what is the coverage? What's the max coverage?
So I had the $1 million option. I also have the ability to up that to $2 million of coverage.
And are you aware of 2 of these 3 have the same coverage as you do?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Council,
Yes.
we've been asked to allow Council for Republic a 2-minute break to take care of another matter. And so if you wouldn't mind, we'll stop at this point and allow that, and we'll be back on the record as soon as that is done. I should be allowing Commissioner Pennington to do this.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Got the-
That's done.
We're going off the record. The time is 1:37. We'll be back in about 2 minutes.
Thank you. Sorry.
For Montana roll-offs.
Sorry about that.
Time's 1:37. We're back on the record. You may proceed.
Do we need Commissioner Mulder here?
He also went to the bathroom.
So I'm gonna turn your attention to Exhibit 1 that's been entered into evidence. Can you tell me about your financial conditions?
Yeah, so we listed financial model in our business plan. It says our revenue is generated through one-time cleanouts, commercial contracts, and seasonal services. Pricing includes flat rate jobs, hourly labor, and mileage-based hauling. Our target operating revenue is approximately $500 per day with reinvestment plan for growth.
So I want to go back to that heart of the issue here is why do you want your Class D instead of just regular hauling?
I love the financial freedom of running my own small business. Working for a big corporation for 20 plus years, I missed out on a lot of family events, sporting events for my children. And it's been really nice to be able to have the freedom to make those things. You know, I'm not missing out on my children or my wife. And on days off, I was renting out my dump trailer, and it was nice. We were still able to run the business and help people out. And after doing this, people always ask me ever since I can remember, like, what do you want to be when you grow up? You know, you always hear that, what do you want to be when you grow up? And it finally hit me, I just want to be happy. And I'm happy doing this, helping others and just filling gaps for a need that I feel is necessary. I'm very passionate about it and supplementing existing services, you know.
What experience do you have in running a business prior to opening this one?
So I've ran businesses for other companies, but this is my first business I've ran on my own.
Well, so no more training wheels, right?
Yeah.
Well, tell me about the training wheel experience though.
I'm not sure what are you referring to.
Sorry. What type of doing payroll, doing P&Ls?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I working for big corporate companies and businesses, I was responsible for a lot of big decisions. You know, we had certain specifications that we had to follow, lots of safety training. I mean, it was daily training. You know, I'd have to teach my employees how to lift things, for instance, you know, and make sure they're doing it properly.
Is safety important to you?
Safety is very important. I would say safety is number one.
Have you had any accidents since July of last year?
No, we have not. When we were delivering our dump trailer on site, we had wheel chocks. We made sure everything was locked up. I bought these, like a scissor jack that went in between the tires, and then I would put that in so the trailer wouldn't roll or move.
And there's not really a college for garbage removal, is there?
No, it's been learning on the go.
So how do you get the experience without getting an education?
Lots of YouTube videos of very successful junk removal companies. I believe we're one of 4 states that requires this PCN. And so there's a lot of YouTube videos on people that rent out their dump trailers. And I went, wow, this is fantastic to be able to offer this service. I had no idea I couldn't do it until I got the email from the commission.
Guess what type of safety classes or if any that you would take if you got your Class D?
None that I know of.
Because you're already CDL certified, right?
Yeah.
Forklift certified?
Yeah.
OSHA certified?
That's correct.
Is it your intent to not do these roll-offs, but only do these dump trailers?
Just the dump trailers. That's correct.
Why is that?
I know that the dump trailers are more expensive to purchase than to just buy a metal container. I see they're on about the size that I have, they're approximately $4,000 to $5,000 a piece. When getting into a dump trailer like mine is about $13,000. I understand that it's more of an expense, that you can't have as many available, but I'm just looking to take care of that small amount of people that need my service.
So you're spending more money, let me get this right, you're spending more money, but you're charging less?
Yeah, that's correct.
Is that a good business model?
It's more wear and tear on the tires and, but I feel like it's a particular niche that certain people just want dump trailers.
So how much did you make in December of this year?
December.
Objection. This is directly in response to the question we posed regarding gross income.
I agree with that.
Okay.
So you charge, on average, what do you charge per day if you're allowed to do this? Just pick up and drop off only?
I was fully booked out for 2 months at $300 a day. That includes all dump fees, all delivery fees, just a flat rate.
Objection. This directly relates to the question we asked about AWS 12 regarding the applicant's estimated rates that they expect to charge for the services, and the response was non-responsive, consistent with the rest of the responses.
Sorry, I couldn't hear the end of your statement there, Mr.
Sorry. The objection was regarding this question as it applies to Republic's data request AWS 12 and specifically AWS 12B. Or C and D, to the extent that the conversation continues the way I expect it's going to.
I believe the question is has not operated as a Class D carrier. I think the question has a Class D carrier.
So the question was what rates are charged. Well, the question went to whatever, but the response was that he's booked out for 2 months at the rate of $300 per day. That appears to me to be a set rate. It wasn't disclosed. The response to the data request was rates are job specific and based on load size, labor, distance, and disposal fees and within industry standards. So unless you can point to me, counsel, that you responded to a data request from one of the other 2 carriers that would allow for this testimony in the sense that it was responsive to the data request and related to this line of questioning. You can talk about rates being job specific, et cetera. But you can't get into anything else.
So tell me about why.
And excuse me, I would say those rates are specific to the hauling business as it currently is, obviously, because no Class D permit has been issued. That response goes to what would be charged if a Class D permit were issued and the dumpster or dump trailer were rented as opposed to being utilized incident or related to the hauling business.
So when you answered that it's within the industry standards, what do you mean by it was job specific and charging?
So we were charging $300 a day up until I got the email from the commission that said I could no longer provide that service. So after that, junk removal is just a small portion of what we do. We do hauling services, snow removal, tree removal. There's a lot of things that we do, and that's a small portion of what we do.
So why does What does it change for what is job specific when it comes, is that what you mean by job specific? Not
Yeah.
just a class D?
Yeah, every job's a little bit different, not every job is, with the hauling side of things, is the same rate. Depends on what we're hauling and where we're hauling it to.
So what type of safety standards do you have when it comes to not a problem hauling?
I feel like we're very safe. I'm very cautious about using everything that I've learned in the past with my oil field experience of making sure that items are secure, that nothing's going to fall off. I use the appropriately rated straps to secure my loads. When I'm hauling my dump trailer, I have a mesh tarp that goes over the top, and I make sure that nothing's going to fly out of there. Yeah, safety has not been an issue for us. We've been able to meet all safety standards.
I mean, school allows you to drive the kids around. I think you're safe to haul garbage, right?
Yeah.
No further questions?
Yeah.
Witness may now be cross-examined. Mackenzie, would you like to go first?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nott, first I just want to address a couple of the things that you've identified or that have been identified through the other witnesses you've presented as being that niche that you're proposing to fill. And one of the things, if I understood correctly, was that you believe makes you stand out is that you're going to be a local operation, right?
Yes.
Are you aware, or rather, would it surprise you to hear that Mackenzie is local?
No.
So you did know that?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. In fact, Mackenzie is owned by one woman. Did you know that?
I did not.
Okay. You also talk about in your business plan, ability to do time-sensitive jobs. Is that right?
That's correct.
What, in your view, is a time-sensitive job?
Getting there in an hour.
Dropping off in an hour?
Oh, just being at the location.
Being understood. Within an hour of the customer contacting you?
That's correct.
How many of your jobs currently are that urgent?
I'd say 5 out of 10. I mean, within a 4-hour period.
Are you talking within a single day?
Yeah.
But you only have the one trailer, right? Mm-hmm. So how are you able to meet that time-sensitive need 4 times in a single day?
Very efficient.
Could you elaborate?
I'm very good with planning. If I have multiple customers, I figure out which one's going to be the closest to me. I have enough space in my trailer that I can knock out 4 jobs within a couple hours.
But that's with you performing the loading yourself, right?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Wouldn't that change if you were to receive Class D
Yes.
certification?
Yes, if I receive Class D, then I will purchase more dump trailers and expand our business in that direction.
How many dump trailers do you anticipate buying?
I'd like to get 10
How long do you think it'll take to reach that?
a week.
Your data responses,
Excuse me, sorry, I couldn't hear.
Oh, I would
The older he
say,
gets, the worse my hearing gets.
I would say I could get,
Okay, how many trailers do you suppose are possible? Depending on what time frame?
I would say I could
Question,
get
and I need the answer.
10 dump trailers within a week with help from investors. Yep.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, it's all right.
your data response request to a question about how many you intend to purchase in the first 12 months of operation if you were to receive Class D authorization indicates just one. So that response has changed then?
We just have one currently.
Right. But this was asking, and this is MAC-009 sub B, and it's asking, how many containers do you intend to operate in the first 12 months if your application is granted? The response is one dump trailer.
Yeah, and that's our first 12 months would be July, correct? When I started the business.
So when you want to expand up to 10, that would be when?
If I got this approved today. And that's just a number that a goal that I would like to attain.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, if you were to receive authorization for Class D operations, you would be seeking to expand to 10 trailers immediately if you can.
I feel like that would be a good number to be able to take care of our community, just to fill the gaps and supplement existing services. Also, it would help me to be able to provide jobs for the community. That way I could hire some help.
Do you see that as the limit then, kind of where you want to grow at least at this point?
At this point, yeah.
But your application is not that limited. Would you agree with me? It allows you unlimited. You're seeking essentially unlimited Class D authorization.
I would start small and then expand slowly. But
okay.
If those were my requirements, I would adhere to those.
What do you mean by that?
If the commission says, hey, you can only have one dump trailer for 12 months. Okay, I'll just have one dump trailer for 12 months. I would accommodate the whatever rules I had to follow.
Okay, well, why didn't you submit your application with that level of specificity?
Honestly, I didn't realize this was going to grow like it has. I mean, it's just continued to grow, and since word of mouth, there's a bigger need than when I first submitted this application. I mean, I'm getting multiple texts a day, and I'm having to turn down these people because legally I can't rent out my trailer. So I see like, wow, just operating one, I could operate 10 and still have them all rented out at all times.
You mentioned some other services that Not a Problem offers. I want to make sure I understood and I heard you right. It was one of the services, I think it was junk removal, you said was only a small part?
Yeah, that's correct.
So well, first let's talk about some of those other services. Would you be able to list those again for me, please?
Well, like my truck's right outside and they're on the side there, but I believe it says property care, junk and snow removal, and residential and commercial.
Okay, and I'm looking at your website. yard cleanups, tree trimming, mowing, edging and haul off,
Yep, that's correct.
water hauling, car hauling,
That's correct.
landscape, rock and dirt delivery.
Mhm.
And then you have the dump trailer rental. Is that the extent of your services? Any others?
So the dump trailer rental, we advertised that, and that's when the commission sent the email right afterwards. So we took all of those down.
So if junk removal is just a small part of the business, I'm wondering why do you need to expand both in terms of the number of your dump trailers and in your capacity to use them with Class D certificate?
I feel like it's a huge need. I haven't expanded because I feel like this is necessary to get before I go any further with expanding into more dump trailers.
All right, maybe I'm not understanding. If junk removal is just a small part of it, why do you need more trailers and to be able to use them to haul trash pursuant to a Class D certificate?
So I guess initially I was thinking junk removal was going to be really big during the fall, the springtime. I was thinking wintertime it wouldn't be as big of a deal, but I was wrong, because I've gotten a lot of people, they don't care what the weather's like, they still need their junk removed. But I found alternative methods for income with the snow removal, tree removal, landscaping. Like I said, when I originally received the email from the commission, I thought I had to stop all junk removal services. So I started mowing lawns for real estate agents,
Right, so you've been able to do that and some of those other services you listed without Class D certification, right?
Yes.
If junk removal is a small part of the business, how much are those other areas, or what would be your main portion of your business? How about that?
Junk removal would be 100% my business.
It would be if you were to receive.
If I was to receive this authorization. And that's just driving through town and just seeing the public dumping, I feel like is a huge issue. And I hear about it all the time where people can't even use their dumpsters because they're full of mattresses and furniture.
I'll go back to that, but right now, as of today, what's your biggest portion of your business?
I'd say they're the hauling portion.
And what kind of hauling? What do you mean by that?
Hauling sheds, just hauling stuff that people can't haul.
And do you load that yourself then?
Yes.
And so you're able to do that without Class D certification?
Yeah, I have 2 backhoes.
And that keeps you busy?
Fairly busy, but I could be busier.
You mentioned just a moment ago the need, as you believe, for things like picking up mattresses and the overflow, those kinds of things. You proposing to do that within city limits and Billings?
I'd like to cover up to 50 miles.
So yes, within city limits of Billings as well?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the city of Billings has the exclusive right to remove solid waste?
Yes.
From within city limits?
Mm-hmm.
So are you asking as part of your application to have authority to remove solid waste from Billings city limits?
To supplement their services.
How so?
If they're not able to do it, say a customer calls and they can't get it done, they call me, I'll come get it done.
Just as a side note for the commission, I'd like to move for the commission to take administrative notice of that billing city ordinance. It's ordinance 2023-5849. Yeah.
The commission take acceptance of the order.
Would you like an emailed copy of that? I also have a paper copy as well.
If you would submit it via email, that would be great. Thank you.
I also have noticed in your business plan, you stated to the effect that competition keeps pricing fair. Is that an accurate statement of your belief?
Yes.
Could you explain that a little more?
I would say that it's good to have competitors out there to make fair prices. I mean, I feel that's important with everything.
Is competition always fair?
I mean, it's most people, I would say in the past, I've gotten multiple bids when having something done. And I don't necessarily go with the cheapest bid. I go with the best bid. You know, sometimes the cheapest isn't always the best. You know, there's a lot of people out there that can do junk removal for you or haul something or move something, but if they're not properly qualified and don't have the insurance to do so, the cheapest route isn't always the best route. You're better off to have proper coverage. If I moved a $5,000 table for a lady and I wanted to make sure if that broke, it was covered. You know, someone might have done it for less, but I made sure it arrived in perfect condition. So I feel like it's similar with, I mean, it's a different niche, you know, I'm doing dump trailers. I'm not doing roll-offs. So we can't really compare those two, but you know, I would say if I was doing roll-off trailers that it would be good to have more competitors. That way my prices could, you know, would give another option for other people.
So if you can't compare dump trailers to roll-offs, then what is not a problem going to be competing with anyone then?
I mean, we're just strictly doing roll-offs or dump trailers.
Right. So, but if you're you're saying that nobody else does dump trailers around here with Class D certification, right?
There's a lot of people that do dump trailers, but not with Class D certification.
Right, so if the commission granted your application, you would be the only one in this area, right?
I'd be the first one.
And you're saying you can't, you said earlier, you can't compare the two, dump trailers and roll-offs, and so you wouldn't be competing with anyone.
The only comparison would be that I would be dropping it off and the consumer would be filling it themselves at their own pace. And then I would be coming to pick it up and take care of that afterwards. That would be the only comparison.
I've heard today you talk about both time-sensitive jobs and then also your customers being able to fill a trailer at their own pace. How do you see there being a conflict there with customer need?
Without the PCN, I do, yes.
How would you decide between where to send a trailer if you had a customer that on the one hand was telling you they had a time-sensitive job and a customer on the other hand that wanted to go at their own pace?
I would take care of the time-sensitive job first.
What about if your trailer's already at the customer's location that wants to take their time?
I would see if I was able to do it with my car trailer. It's been a good backup for certain things. A lot of things I need the dump trailer though to be able to put in it so debris doesn't blow all over the road and keep it self-contained.
You mentioned a car trailer. I'm not familiar with what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, it's listed that I have a 18-foot car trailer. I haul cars with it. I've hauled sheds.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a car trailer in the sense that you haul cars in it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got a winch on it.
Okay. For some reason I was picturing like those little ones people haul behind their Subaru or something.
Oh no, it's I can fit 5,200 pounds on my car trailer.
All right. Your application, the proposed area that you'd be serving is Yellowstone County and within 50 miles thereof. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So does that mean 50 miles from the border of Yellowstone County?
Just central from Billings, 50 miles out.
Okay, well, that's not what your application says.
Okay.
So you're telling us now that what you mean is approximately 50 miles from Billings.
Approximately.
Okay.
I'd have to refer to the record.
I can show you if you'd like.
Okay.
This is Mackenzie's Exhibit 201. This is just the application. So this is page 3 of that application, and you'll see here it reads, between all points and places within Yellowstone County and within a 50-mile radius thereof.
Yes.
Did I read that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so now, just to make sure we're clear, so you're saying that's not exactly what you meant?
No, that's correct.
Oh, so, well, help me understand then.
So in that same page, it says Billings on the top, and then it says Yellowstone County underneath. So right here within the city of Billings and 50-mile radius therefrom. And then down here, it says Yellowstone County within 50-mile radius. So I would say Yellowstone County is larger, so 50 miles from that.
So in other words, the border of Yellowstone County. Is that a yes?
Yes.
So, just to give an example, then that would include, say, Forsyth into the east
Um,
or northeast. I guess I'm
I'm
not
not
exactly-
sure. I would have to use a map or, some form of mapping system.
Okay. Well, I told you Forsyth was approximately 50 miles from the Yellowstone County border. Would you have a reason to disagree?
I haven't done any jobs in Forsyth.
Okay, but you would be willing to go all the way to Forsyth?
If there's a need.
And what about in the opposite direction to Gray Cliff? Would you go to Gray Cliff?
Gray Cliff right before Livingston?
In that direction, yeah.
I haven't needed to.
But if the commission granted your application based on that, how it's worded in your application, 50
Yes.
miles from Yellowstone County, you would be willing to go that
Yes, I
distance? So what would you do if you had a customer wanting service in Gray Cliff and one wanting service in Forsyth in the same day? And as it's, you only have one trailer right now, so let's pretend it was right now. Tell me how you would navigate that situation.
It would depend on the circumstances of what I would be hauling.
What if both of those customers were time-sensitive jobs?
I would do my best to take care of both of them if I could. If not, I would reschedule.
How would you prioritize the two?
It would depend on the circumstances. I would say whichever creates the most urgency, I would go with first.
The one that creates the most urgency, could you explain what you mean by that?
It seems it's hard to say off of a, what if, what could be, situation. It'd be better to explain on things that I've actually done, jobs that I've actually performed.
Well, would you care to give an example?
I mean, I've had days where I've knocked out 12 jobs in a day. I've towed vehicles, people that have been broke down. I've towed them to Red Lodge, when they couldn't find anyone else to tow them. It just depends on the day, every day is something different. And I do my best with what I have, and I use all of my availability. If I'm not able to do it, I'm not able to do it. At this point, it's my wife and I and our equipment, and that's it. I haven't had the opportunity to expand with more employees, more trailers, more trucks. I've seen companies that have done really well with that, started small and they've slowly expanded where they can cover a larger radius and they can take care of more clients. And that would be, if I had to start small in a small area and prove that I could do it before I could expand, that'd be all right with me.
Okay, but let's stick to the type of work you're seeking to get approval for today, which is Class D garbage hauling. Suppose you had a customer that wanted you to drop off your dump trailer in Forsyth, and you have to drive it over there, right? Is that a yes?
So I guess what you're saying is if there's a need for my dump trailer, that's saying that there is a need, correct?
I'm saying you have a customer that wants you to bring a dump trailer.
So to say there's a need for me to bring my dump trailer because they possibly can't get a roll off there? Or
I'm just saying if you had Class D certification, you had a customer that wanted you to come out to Forsyth, you would have to drive the trailer out there, right?
Mhm.
And if it's a customer that wants you to leave the trailer there, you leave it, right? And then what would you do?
And I would let them fill it up, and when they were ready, I'd come and get it.
So where would you be in the meantime? Would you drive back to Billings?
Yeah, depending on how long the job took.
Okay, about how long on average were jobs taking before you received notice from the commission
Oh, for
this kind of work?
For the drop and fill?
Mhm.
Just one day.
So you'd drop it off, they'd load it, and you'd come back in the same day?
Typically the next morning.
The next morning?
Yeah.
Do you have a plan for how you'd respond if your truck broke down when you're on the way to a job?
Yeah, I have another truck. It's a 3/4 ton pickup. I have a family member that could help me.
Okay, and what about well, let me back up. Are you the only person capable of driving right now?
My wife can drive.
Okay. But what if one or both of you was sick? What would you do?
We haven't been, but you know, if one of us was sick at this point, we would have to postpone our jobs.
If you had a customer that wanted to fill the trailer at their own pace, is there a limit on how long you'd let them do that?
I haven't encountered that. I feel like we're doing small jobs where people don't need that much time and space. You know, we're more geared towards that small residential. I mean, we've done full clean outs in a day. I mean,
full clean outs in one day, but that's with you loading, right?
Yeah.
I'm just talking about if it's a drop off and the customer fills it. What, is there any limit? Have you thought about that?
It would depend on the circumstances.
Can you think of any right now?
No.
How do you handle scheduling right now?
So my wife and I schedule together. We sit together every Sunday and we go over our schedule for the next week. Stuff comes up during the week and I figure out where we can schedule them and fit them in. And we haven't had any issues. I mean, we've been able to take care of every single customer that's reached out to us.
So you do your scheduling, correct me if I'm hearing you wrong, kind of once a week or?
Once a week, we go over a mass schedule together and then we share a note together where she has access, I have access. And if things come up, we figure out where we can fit it into that schedule.
So what about if a customer contacts you not on that scheduling day, just another day during the week or while you're on the job already or driving? How do you handle that?
I would say, hey, we can get to you as soon as we can. We'll get to you. We'll get you taken care of. And I've never had any problems with that. With the hauling side of things, I've gotten together with all of my competitors, not all of them, but lots of other small junk removal companies. And if I'm not able to get that taken care of, I'll give it to one of them and they'll go help me with that. And I've had that happen on multiple occasions.
If the commission was to grant your application and you were to expand in the way you talked about and like buying more dump trailers. How would you handle scheduling at that point?
I've had a lot of people reach out to me asking if we're hiring. You know, a lot of people interested in coming to work with us. They like our values and they like the way we handle business. And I feel like it wouldn't be very hard for us to expand. I feel like we'd have some good candidates that would come work with us. We would expand more trucks, more trailers.
So are you saying you'd be potentially hiring additional staff that could handle scheduling?
Yes.
Have you thought about having dedicated staff for customer service purposes?
My Alicia has been handling that, but she's been handling the admin side of things. I'm out in the workforce.
Do you know what a US DOT number is?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have one?
I'm in the process of filing for one. To my understanding, it's crossing state lines, hauling over 10,000 pounds for a customer.
So you don't have one right now, but you're looking into it?
Yeah.
If I could just have a moment. Nothing further at this time. Does 201 need to be moved for admissions, just the application?
No, that is of record.
Mr. Forcella, Republic, you have some questions? Commissioner?
Hi, Joshua.
How's it going?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Good, thank you.
I think you're here earlier, but my name is Lucas Forcella. I'm one of the attorneys that represents Republic.
Nice to meet you.
You as well. I want to run through probably a broad variety of questions with you. We'll take them one at a time. If you're confused, I'll try to make them straightforward and simple, but if you're confused, please let me know.
Appreciate that.
So let's start with the basics. Not a problem hauling has never held an interstate motor carrier authority, a Class D certificate before, correct?
No, not yet.
Okay. And it was organized only in July of 2025?
That's correct.
Okay. Not a problem hauling is owned by you and your wife, Alicia?
Yep.
Is that correct?
That's right.
No other members in the business?
No.
Okay. The articles of the organization that were filed with the state govern how it's going to be run. Is that correct?
That's right.
Right. Those articles show that the company is going to be member managed, correct? Mm-hmm. And so you and Alicia both own 50% of the company each, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. There's no other written agreement between you and Alicia that governs how this business gets managed, correct?
No.
Okay. I realize that it sounds perhaps unlikely that you and your wife would disagree about anything, but as a married man, I can say that happens sometimes. So if you two did disagree about how to run the business, there's nothing that the commission can review today that would show how that disagreement would be resolved, correct?
Okay.
Sorry, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
the experience of not a problem, which you spoke to a little bit earlier in your direct testimony, because not a problem was just recently formed, that experience you're describing is largely your and Alicia's personal experiences, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think I heard you say the company is, my wife and I, and that's it. Yes?
Yes.
All right. No independent contractors that you guys have brought on, no other employees?
No.
Okay. So the business is going to be reliant on you and Alicia to haul garbage if the PSC grants us a certificate, correct?
We usually don't use the term garbage, it's junk. I mean.
Sure, but if you are seeking a Class D certificate to haul garbage.
Okay.
We can call it junk as well, but for legal purposes, the commissioner calls it garbage.
Okay. Gotcha.
So if the commission were to grant you a certificate, your business would be reliant on you and Alicia as the only two members, the only two employees to do that.
At this time, yes, that is correct.
Okay. And I think I heard Counsel for McKenzie address this as well, but if you were sick or injured, the business wouldn't necessarily have experienced employees to haul garbage, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I heard you say maybe that you would consider hiring employees going forward at some point, but you haven't hired any of them yet, correct?
Not yet.
You haven't interviewed any of them yet?
No.
Okay.
A little slower. You're right along.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. As we sit here today, it's not clear whether or not those employees would be experienced, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You would agree that safety is critically important when working with heavy machinery, correct?
Very.
Okay, especially on job sites where people can be moving around?
Yes, like out at the landfill.
Like at the
You're out there.
landfill?
Yeah.
Especially while driving heavy loads on public roads?
Yes.
Okay. Not a problem, does not currently have a safety training program in place for any new employees, correct?
Not yet, no.
Okay. When you are working for your customers, you'd prioritize your and their safety, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you a document which is marked as Exhibit N, page 37. Commissioners, this exhibit was not disclosed prior to the hearing and is being propounded purely for the purpose of rebuttal. I'll bring a copy to all the other parties. Bear with me one moment. Sorry.
Yep.
And commissioners, I'm happy to send this electronically as well as provide the commission a paper copy to the extent it gets submitted. Thank you.
We didn't get a copy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot one. All right. Mr. Nott, I'm showing you a document marked as Exhibit N.
Could my counsel?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I couldn't hear what the commission said.
The commission requested a copy of the proposed exhibit, but I would point out to council that plaintiff or applicant gets rebuttal after the protestants put on their cases in chief. This is an exhibit that would be in response. It's part of your case. So there is a difference.
I'll let you proceed, but I'm gonna be looking up the law because I know I have it.
Understood. The purpose of this exhibit is not part of our case in chief. It is to rebut the testimony that the witness just gave. And if the commissioners would permit, I'd ask the court reporter to read back the witness's response to the last question or two, because I think it will address the purpose of this exhibit.
you want me to do that?
Yes, please. I think just the last question or two.
Commissioners, I think he's trying to do the impeachment, so I think he has to validate. So we gotta figure out what his question was. Maybe he can deny it or admit it, but he's using it for impeachment purposes.
It's not. It's, I mean, that sounds like, yeah, 607.
Could you use a microphone?
I think we're just, when you have a moment, can you please read back the last two questions?
Yes. Not a problem does not currently have a safety training program. Not yet, no. Okay, when you are working for customers, you prioritize your and their safety, correct? Yes.
And commissioners, I apologize, I misspoke. I used the word rebut his testimony. I meant impeach his testimony. So excuse me for the misstatement.
The use of the exhibit for impeachment is permissible.
Thank you, I apologize. Let's try again.
Okay.
Mr. Nott, I'm showing you a document that's been marked as Exhibit N, page 37. Have you seen this before?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what this is?
So that is my grandparents' tree. I trimmed a branch for them.
What is the document you're looking at? Not what's contained in it yet, just what are we looking at generally speaking?
So that's me with a backhoe and a tree trimmer.
Okay. Is it a Facebook post of Not a Problem Hauling?
It is a Facebook post.
Okay. And the Facebook post is dated September 2nd, 2025, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now let's get into what the post shows.
Okay.
So is this an accurate representation of the post?
Yes.
Okay. With that, I'd move to admit Exhibit N, page 37.
Admitted.
Thank you. Okay. Now, so Mr. Nott, in the picture, we're looking at a picture of you.
I do have to object at this time. Okay.
I'm sorry, can you use the microphone?
I do have to object on this one. If you look at Exhibit N and the question for impeachment purposes is, I believe that last question was working for customers. So the only question I think would be appropriate is his grandfather a customer that he's charging during this time when he started this? If this was on a private matter or years ago, which that hasn't been asked yet, this is simply as a photo of my client that we know that he was working on his grandfather's farm. Not during a customer with not a problem.
I can address the concern.
The exhibit doesn't need to be admitted into evidence when it's used for impeachment purposes. So it is not admitted.
Okay.
Contrary to what I
Understood.
asked the commissioner to say earlier.
Understood. All right, so the picture that we're looking at here is a picture of you, correct?
That's correct.
And you are holding, and I'll apologize if I describe this badly, but it looks to me like a chainsaw on a long pole.
Yep, it's a pole saw.
Pole saw. And you are standing on the bucket of what appears to be an excavator, correct?
It's a backhoe.
Backhoe, my apologies, backhoe. That backhoe bucket is raised into the air?
That's correct, with forks on it.
With forks on it? Are you strapped into that bucket at all?
No.
Okay. Does this look safe to you?
So this post was taken down immediately after it was posted because this was not for a customer. And so Alicia took this down. So this must have been caught within minutes, but yes, it does not look safe.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that I copied this picture last night off of Not a Problem's Facebook page?
Last night?
Mm-hmm.
That would surprise me, actually.
Right. So we'll move on.
Okay.
The discussion you had earlier with Mackenzie's counsel, you referred to a number of different services that Not a Problem Hauling provides, correct?
That's correct.
And when you are providing yard cleanup, as an example, you would not be free to haul a dump trailer to the dump, correct?
I'm sorry, what's that?
When you are doing yard cleanup for a customer, you would not be free to haul the dump trailer to the dump for a second customer, correct?
I would fill that one myself and then haul it to the landfill, and then I'd have to do the next job afterwards.
So if you were doing yard cleanup and you had a second customer where you had done a drop off of the trailer and they were filling it, you would not be able to do the yard cleanup and haul that filled trailer at the same time, correct?
To have them fill it themselves, no, I would not.
Okay, and that same logic applies if you were tree trimming, correct?
That's correct.
Property clean out of a second customer?
That's correct.
Light demolition, I believe I saw on the website?
Yes.
Okay, lawn mowing?
Yes.
Any other service that Not a Problem provides, if you're doing that other service, you would not also be able to haul garbage at the same time?
That's correct.
Okay. It's fair to say that the business's finances are important to how it can provide services, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Nott, has the state of Montana ever tried to collect against you for past due taxes?
No.
No? All right. I'm gonna hand out another page. It's gonna take a moment as I pass pages to everybody here. All right, Mr. Allen, I'm showing you a document that's been marked at the top as Exhibit N, pages 6 through 8, 3 different pages. If you look at the top of that document, it's labeled a warrant for distraint, correct? Sorry, on the right-hand side of that first page, N6.
Oh, yep, that's correct.
Okay, and that's filed in the district court by the Montana Department of Revenue, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, it's dated March 6, 2020, correct?
Yeah, it looks like the filing period's 2018, but yes.
Okay. It looks like it's filed in docket SL 20-0222, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen this document before?
No, I have not.
Okay.
Not-
Do you have?
I don't remember seeing this.
Okay. Do you have any reason to doubt that this is an accurate representation of the court filing?
No.
Okay. Are you, now that you've looked at this, do you recall Montana trying to collect a debt against you?
Yes.
Okay. And that debt remained unpaid even after they gave you notice, correct?
I believe they took it out of my taxes the next year or something like that. Yes.
Okay, so that's a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Nott, have you ever been sued in court before?
No.
Okay. Scan. Yes.
As a point of order under Rule 613B,
I'm sorry, I can't hear the commission staff.
As a point of order under Rule 613B, you're attempting to impeach this witness with a prior inconsistent statement. He's entitled to an opportunity to explain it. And I would imagine his counsel would appreciate the opportunity to, elicit that type of testimony. And then the other parties have an opportunity to interrogate him on it as well. So before moving on from this exhibit, that needs to happen.
Okay, if that's the commission, the order in which the commission would prefer to pursue it, then I have no objections.
Yes, because it looks like you're going to be providing him with an additional prior inconsistent statement.
If the commission will consider it, and I'm happy to work with however the other council wish to. I think there may be several of these in a row, which may be most efficiently dealt with as a group by the other council as opposed to switching back and forth, but I'm happy to pursue this however the commission's.
Just give me a moment.
Sure.
So council, do you want to do them all together or do you want to take them one by one?
All together, Judge.
Okay, then why don't
Sorry, I
you,
couldn't hear you, Mr. Chavez.
Wayne Chevek, all at one time.
Thank you.
so we'll allow Mr. Forcella to proceed and then counsel for not a problem will be able to examine the witness about these exhibits. And the other parties will have an opportunity to weigh in as well.
Okay, thank you. I send a copy up there.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, no.
There you go.
Move the park.
All right. Mr. Nott, you're looking at pages that are marked as N10 and N11. Do you recognize those documents?
I do not.
Okay. At the top of that, or the right-hand side, sort of in the same location as the last page you looked at, there's a statement there that says motion for default and default judgment. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's in case CV-2023-0785, correct?
Yes.
And the plaintiff in that case is CB1, Inc. And the defendants in that case are Alicia C. Nott and Josh Nott. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So looking at this now, have you been sued in court before?
I didn't know I was being sued.
Okay. Do you understand what this document is that you're looking at?
It looks like a collection.
A collection, okay. Have you been collected against before?
Yes.
Okay. Other than this plaintiff in this case, CB1 Inc., have you been collected against by other parties as well?
Yes.
Okay. As I look at this collection, it looks like the judgment is over $3,000, correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. Have you been found liable to a different company, Credit Service Co., for $7,200 before?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
7,200?
All right, you're looking at a document labeled N23, I believe this time. Now that you're looking at this document, be found liable to Credit Service Co. for over $7,200 in 2022.
It looks like it. I know I did have a vehicle repossession. Want to say 2019. It was when I was selling RVs at Brett's RV. And my last month there, I made $300. And then I went back to work at Costco.
Okay, so
I assume that's what that's for.
So that's a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you were found liable to a different company for over $3,000 in 2023?
That's when it was filed. I'm not sure when it was from.
A different, I'm sorry, CB one that we had looked at before.
Because this one looks like it took like 3 years.
Yeah, pages 10 and 11 that we were looking at before.
Okay.
Was 2023, correct?
Apparently, yes.
Okay, and Collection Services Bureau, Collection Bureau Services, Inc. for several $100s in 2023 as well?
It looks like it, yes.
Okay, and Collection Bureau Services, Inc. again in 2024 for over $1,000?
I guess so, yeah.
I don't want you to guess, so.
No, if you have documentation, then yes,
Okay.
I believe it.
All right, so you're looking at a document here, I believe labeled N21, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and now that you're looking at that, you were found liable to Collection Bureau Services, Inc. again in 2024 for over $1,200?
Yes.
Okay. Last but not least, you were found.
For 2023.
Liable to LVNV funding for $700 in 2024, correct? It's not on that document.
Oh, okay.
I'm asking you if it's correct.
I honestly don't know.
Okay. Would it help if I refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Knight, you're looking at pages marked M, 13, and 14. Now that you've had a chance to refresh your memory with those, were you found liable to LVNV Funding LLC for over $700 in 2024?
Commissioner, I believe this is a complaint. It's not a default or an order. Just says-
I've asked him if it refreshed his memory and he said it did. So now he's allowed to answer the question.
I don't remember seeing any of these documents, but I do know that they were taking fees out of my checks when I worked at Costco.
Okay.
So I believe these have been paid according to my Credit Karma. I'm not sure when they got paid or if, but.
Understood.
But yeah, I didn't see these documents, but I know that I was getting garnishments, wage garnishments.
Okay. Commissioner, I understand. I've got some more questions, but I understand some of the participants may want to break just momentarily.
10 minutes, be all right, or? Okay, we're off the record at, say, 3:40. And we'll be back.
I can't hear you, Commissioner Panochi.
We're going off the record at 3:54. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Sir, you may proceed.
Thank you, Commissioners. Mr. Nott, I've got one last question in this line of questioning, and then I expect the other counsel are going to want to talk to you for a moment before you proceed further.
Okay.
The last one is this. Have you filed for bankruptcy before?
Yes.
Okay, and when did that occur?
2013 or somewhere in there.
Approximately 2013. And did you receive a discharge from bankruptcy?
Yeah.
Okay, and when did that occur?
I think it was, not sure.
Would it help to refresh your memory off of?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm showing you documents that are marked N1 through N4.
Okay.
If you look on the first page there, N1, you see a bankruptcy discharge date in 2017.
2015.
2017 to the left of the judge's signature, I believe.
Okay, yep.
Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. So you received bankruptcy discharge in 2017. That was before these other credit collection efforts, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as I turn back to pages N3 and N4, it looks like, would it be fair to say that is a sizable list of creditors?
Yes, lots of medical. Yes.
Okay. Commissioners, I have no other questions on this line of questioning, and I understand you want the other counsel to have an opportunity to cross.
Mr. Nott, will you just make sure you're speaking up just a little bit? It was a tad hard to hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Josh, how many kids do you have?
We have 5.
Okay. How's that health insurance for 5 kids?
It was good when I was at Costco.
When did you stop being at Costco?
It was January of 2019 when I went to the oil field. I lost my insurance.
What happened to your kids during 2019 to 2023?
I got sick. My wife got sick and the kids got sick, and we didn't have any insurance.
Did you pay off these bills?
Yes, we have.
Now, what is Credit Karma?
That's what I use to look at my credit.
Okay. And do you know the last time you looked at your credit score?
Last time I checked, I was right at a 700.
Do you have any of these outstanding debts?
I don't believe so.
Would you be surprised you don't have you paid off these debts, didn't you?
Yes, I believe so.
What was going on? Has your financial position changed since 2018 to 2023?
Yes. Yeah.
What
Very
has
much
changed
so.
what has changed? Let's talk about your finances now.
Oh, so I mean that was a hard time. I was, I went back to Costco. I was working part-time there. I was driving a school bus, just doing everything I could to make ends meet. Alicia was picking up odd jobs also, and it was tough. I was working during the day. She was working at night, and we were just struggling. And since we started this business, we've really experienced the financial freedom of being able to pay all of our bills, and not only pay our bills, but be able to donate to certain companies.
So how much money have you made since July of 2025 to December of 2025?
Objection, this remains directly.
Judge, I do have to agree because they just opened up the door. They tried to impeach his financial situation. I have a right to rebut that now, Judge. He's clearly opened up the door under Rule 103, Judge.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Our first month, we made $10,000, and I had no idea that was possible, but we hired this marketing company, and they guaranteed $10,000, and they would get 10%. And sure enough, we made $10,000 our first month. The month of December, we made just about $30,000 with just my wife and I, just the two of us.
Good for you.
and I have worked nonstop.
How
She's put in all the time at home with the marketing, and I've just been out there no days off. Because I know what this business is capable of. And it's a dream and passion of ours. And the thing is, I'm not trying to get rich, you know, I knew that God was not gonna reward me with wealth until I was able to use it in the right ways. And ever since I've been doing that, it just keeps coming back. We keep giving and it keeps coming back to us. And that's all we want to do. We just want financial freedom. You know, we want to be able to spend time at home with our family and be able to take care of our community. And I feel like the market will decide what happens next for us. You know, whether it's an expansion or if we keep it like it is, you know, it's up to our community to decide.
How much, do you own a home?
We do, yeah.
How much equity do you have in your home?
Boy, let me tell you, it was hard to buy a home because obviously this stuff, and we bought a home, we owe $42,000 on it. We have a good amount of equity. I'm not sure with where the market's at right now, but.
What do you think your house is worth?
Oh, it's hard to say. I'm not sure. I got lots of real estate friends I could probably find out, but.
What does the government say your house is worth?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know.
Fair to say that you're not in the same position, or you're in a different position now than you were.
Yeah.
3 years ago.
This is the second home I've purchased, third home if you count one that I went on with my mom. And my first home, I did the first time home buyers I purchased in 2013. Went through kind of a rough divorce, which led to a financial burden. And that was the bankruptcy came from that divorce.
I don't want to get too much into that, but is that one of the reasons why that led to the divorce?
Yeah.
No, did you have any issues paying for a $70,000 truck?
No.
What's the interest rate, do you know?
I'm not sure. I think we did pretty well with it though. This is the third vehicle we've purchased from the same car salesman. Alicia was just able to get a new vehicle last month.
That's a showing your income to the banker, right?
Yeah. Yep, we got approved like that. So.
You were good for you.
Thank you.
Sounds to me like you are financially stable at this point in your life, aren't you?
Yes, we are.
No further questions.
Mr. Forshella, do you have any more questions?
Yes, Commissioner.
Would you like to proceed? Or,
If the commission wants me to proceed, I'm happy to proceed. I wasn't sure if the commission wanted all the council to have the opportunity.
Yeah, does L&L or Mackenzie do L&L have questions on the?
You guys don't have the microphones.
It's okay.
Josh, that might be
It's my face. It looks like Eleanor. MT roll-offs, we don't have any questions for Mr. Nott about this issue.
Nor for Mackenzie.
Okay, so the examination and cross-examination on the extrinsic evidence impeaching credibility has been completed, and so we will proceed with Republic's cross. And these exhibits are not admissible.
Right, Josh, Megan, Luke Forcella. So let's go, you talked a bit about the equipment that the company is going to use. And I've heard, I think, a couple of different topics discussed. So one of them is Not a Problem Hauling right now only owns a truck and a trailer, correct? A truck and a dump trailer.
And a car trailer and a utility trailer.
And a car trailer and a utility trailer.
For business.
Okay, but that car trailer and the utility trailer were not disclosed on Not a Problem's application.
Okay.
Correct?
I'd have to refer to the record, but.
Okay, do you have any reason to disbelieve that I'm
No.
representing that accurately?
No.
Okay. Did Not a Problem have that car trailer and that utility trailer at the same time that it applied for the application?
Yes.
Okay. I think I heard you say earlier that in the event the application was granted, Not a Problem would acquire 10 more trailers in a week. Is that correct?
I'd like to.
Would
You
like
know,
to?
I feel like it's not too far out of reach with help from investors who believe in what I'm doing and would like to support me.
Okay. To be clear, those expenses would impact Not a Problem's profits though, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as we sit here today, there's no written lease or purchase order for those trailers. That's just a desire. Okay.
Yep. Just a goal.
A goal. Okay. You talked earlier about your ability to drive the truck and trailer together using a commercial driver's license. So you currently have a commercial driver's license, correct?
I do have one.
Okay.
I don't need it for the truck and trailer.
You don't need it for the truck and trailer?
I do have one, but
okay.
I don't need it.
One at a time. You're talking over each other.
So I'll just clarify this for the record. I heard you say you do not need a CDL for your truck and trailer currently.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you happen to know what the gross vehicle weight rating of your truck is?
My truck, I believe with my truck and trailer, I believe it sets, like I go to the recycling center all the time and they weigh it.
Okay.
And I know I listed what it was. I Googled it, not off the top of my head.
Okay. When you say you listed it, where did you list it?
I believe it was in the application. They asked for the GVWR of the truck and the trailer.
Okay. If you'll turn to Exhibit A in this binder sitting here next to you.
Okay.
Can you point me to where that is? I just want to make sure I've seen it.
I believe it's right under where it lists what we have. So I do recall Googling how much the GVWR is. So tonnage capacity is what I'm referring to.
Okay.
We're saying that the truck is capable of 36,000 pounds and the dump trailer is 16,000 pounds.
Okay. And so when you're hauling those together, when you do math in public, that's 52,000, is that right?
No, so the truck is capable of 36,000 pounds.
Okay.
That's the most that combined with the truck and the trailer, that's the most I can haul.
Okay, so together that's 36,000 pounds.
But I would need to be over 26,000 pounds to go over the scales.
Got it. And 36,000 is over 26,000.
But we're mostly hauling. When I go to the landfill, my fees are typically between $25 and $50. They charge $32 a ton. So typically I only have a couple thousand pounds in my trailer.
Got it. And if Montana law looked at what was capable of hauling versus what it was actually hauling, it would require a CDL, correct?
So when I went down and registered my vehicle, they ask you what you want to register the weight at.
Mm-hmm.
And I did 16,000 pounds is what it's registered at.
Okay, so you are not allowed to haul more than 16,000 pounds with the vehicle right now?
Well, behind the vehicle.
Behind the vehicle?
Yeah, and the
Okay.
trailer weighs 4,000, so I can do 12,000 pounds in my dump trailer.
Okay.
The only thing that has ever come close is hauling road base. It's the only thing that's been heavy enough where I had to limit what I could haul.
Understood. So as we sit here today, what is the maximum that your truck and trailer combination can carry?
The maximum
that
amount
is
of weight?
authorized to carry the way you've got it registered?
It would be 12,000 pounds in the
12,000,
trailer, approximately.
Understood. Now, in your data responses in this matter, Not a Problem said that it has not provided regulated Class D services in the last 5 years, correct?
That we haven't I've done Class D services in the last 5 years.
That you have not provided? Class C
We
services?
have in the months of September and August and September.
Okay, so just to be clear, if your data responses said something different, that's incorrect, and you're saying here that you have provided those services in the last 5 years?
We did until when we weren't aware of them. And then it was October 3rd when I got the email that said we could no longer do Class D services.
Okay, so that's a yes.
Yes.
Okay. In the request that Republic provided you in this matter, you were asked to identify any communications you had with potential customers that would support the claim, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you didn't identify any communications in your responses, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And in the request that Republic provided you in this matter, you were asked to produce copies of any copies of any written communications related to any attempt to you to communicate the need to other authorized garbage haulers, correct?
I'm not exactly sure what you're saying.
Let me slow it down and try one more time.
Sorry.
No, I am being unclear. In the data requests that Republic provided to you in this matter, not a problem, you were asked to produce copies of any written communications or other documents related to any attempt by you, not a problem, to communicate the need for Class D services to authorized garbage haulers. Is that correct?
I'm not quite sure. I'm not catching on.
Would it help to look at the question?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
let's turn to Exhibit F.
Okay.
And you're looking for, the question is AWS 16.
Extreme overreach?
That is the response, yes.
Okay. Okay, I got you.
So the question is, and I'm paraphrasing this time, have you communicated the need for garbage hauling to any of the authorized haulers, Republic, Mackenzie, empty roll-offs, City of Billings?
No.
Okay, thank you. So you didn't produce any documents in response to that request?
No.
Okay. Let's move on just a little bit. Do you agree that Republic has the resources to meet the public need?
I mean, I have a Republic garbage can in front of my house.
Okay.
But they won't haul off a mattress if I throw it out on the curb.
Republic will not haul off mattress if you throw it on the curb?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think it's reasonable that garbage haulers should have to come pick up garbage off of your curb as opposed to in a container?
I think it would be very difficult for every garbage truck driver to get out and throw something in.
Okay. So back to the question, I want to make sure we're clear here. Do you agree that Republic has the resources, the ability to meet the public need here in Yellowstone County in the 50-mile area that you're applying for?
I think they take care of everything but the dump trailer need.
Okay, and when you say the dump trailer need, I think I heard you say earlier that a dump trailer is somewhere in the neighborhood of 18 yards in space. Is that?
I believe the majority of the companies I researched, they do a lot of 30-yard containers.
How about your, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you.
That's okay.
How about your dump trailer? What is the size of your dump trailer?
We could fit 18 yards.
Oh, okay. So when we're talking about your dump trailer, the current dump trailer that you're using, we're talking about a garbage capacity of 18 yards, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So if Republic had 20-yard containers, would you say that that is a reasonably approximate comparison to a 18-yard container?
Yes, very much.
Okay. And if they had those 20-yard containers, you would say that they have the resources to meet the public need, similar to the way you can currently?
I would say similar yet different, because a lot of our customers are worried about their concrete getting damaged, their asphalt, their lawns. Okay. There's a lot of customers that would prefer to have a dump trailer on their property versus a roll-off.
Understood. So again, to the question we're asking, would you agree that Republic has the resources to meet the public need?
A majority of the public's needs, but not 100%.
Okay, and the difference there is because the customers would prefer a different style of container? Is
I
that
would say that, and
testimony?
also, affordability.
Okay, so again, we're not talking about we're talking about the resources to meet that
Oh,
need. I'm
yes.
trying to be very clear with my question.
Yes.
I'm not trying to.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Confuse you.
One at a time. You guys are talking over each other.
If,
Slow down.
if Republic has containers that are 20 yards in size, and your container is 18 yards in size, and those are reasonably approximate, I think I heard you say, does Republic have the resources to meet the public need?
Judge objection, that's been asked and answered twice.
With respect, we haven't got a clear answer, and all I'm trying for is a yes or no to a yes or no question.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say no.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are you aware that Republic is one of the largest garbage haulers in the country?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe $15 million a year in annual revenue is what I saw.
Do you have any documents that you can produce for the commission that would support your opinion that Republic does not have the resources to meet public need?
I believe the only thing I would be able to use is our email from Amanda. That's the only thing I have exhibited.
Okay. Are you aware of the size of the service area that you're applying for?
Yes.
Okay, and how big is that, if you could approximate it in square miles? Do you have any idea?
We went big, just for expansion purposes, I wanted to make sure we could cover more if need be.
Okay, would it be accurate to say it's about or almost 8,000 square miles?
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Sounds right, okay. Are you aware that that's approximately 5% of the entire state of Montana?
5%, okay, that sounds about right.
Sounds
Yeah.
about right, okay. So you'd agree that with the characterization that this is a large service territory you're applying for?
Yes, it is large, yes.
Have you done any research into the population in this area?
Quite a bit, yeah.
Okay. Do you think it's accurate to say that Yellowstone County is one of the most populous, if not the most populous county in Montana?
Yes.
Do you think that the recent population, according to the census, I think is about 160,000? Does that sound about right?
I heard about 130, but I'm not 100% sure. But I mean, probably if you included surrounding areas, I'd be pretty close.
With that many residents and that size of a territory, would you agree that the service area presents some complex needs for garbage haulers?
That's yes, I believe it does.
Okay. A couple last questions and then I'll sort of wrap up. You haven't had any expert conduct an analysis of your estimated revenues going forward if you did get the certificate, have you?
We hired an accountant that we're working with, and we're still figuring all of that out.
Okay, so at this time, no.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it fair to say that your target operating revenue that you identified in the business plan is based on your judgment?
Yes.
Okay. There's no analysis on your rates, revenues, or profits that we can see in your business plan, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay. You're not an economist yourself, correct?
I use a lot of ChatGTP.
Very well. You're not an accountant by training?
I took some accounting classes in high school.
Okay.
A little bit.
But not a professional accountant?
Not a professional.
Okay. No formal training in finances other than those accounting classes in high school?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And you have not participated, other than that short stint last year where you did not realize you were authorized, you have not participated in the garbage hauling industry before, correct?
I haven't done the drop and fill service. That's correct.
Okay, so you have participated in the garbage hauling industry before?
Just junk removal, loading it myself that's all I've done.
Okay, so let me try to rephrase the question to be more clear then. You have not participated in the certificated garbage hauling industry as Montana requires.
That's correct.
Okay. And you have not conducted any analysis on what impact your business would have on the current garbage haulers if you were granted a certificate, correct?
I mean, I guess I did look at annual revenues that were disclosed in our packets. And that's all I've done for research is to see how much each company has made and how new companies haven't affected existing companies' revenue. That revenue has still gone up since a new company has joined the market. Which tells me there's a need for more businesses to do this.
So when you talk about you're looking at those companies' revenues, you found those through their disclosures to the Public Service Commission, is that correct?
Yes, I guess is it the responses to us. It was listed in their annual revenue.
Okay, so you've looked at the documents that the other haulers have provided you in this docket?
Yes.
And that's where you made that analysis?
That's correct.
Understood.
Yes.
If the commission will give me just one moment, I just want to review my notes. I think that's all the questions I've got for you, Mr. Nott. I very much appreciate your time.
Appreciate your
I
time.
expect there's gonna be a couple more questions coming, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Guerra, I think I'll roll on. You have questions for this witness?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Nott.
Good afternoon.
I'm Ally Garrett. We met earlier.
That's right.
I represent MT Roll-Offs.
Thanks for being here today.
Thank you. I'll try not to retread the ground that we've already covered. And stick to my topics. How did you, you applied, you registered the entity, Not a Problem, in July?
That's right.
2025?
Yeah, July 23rd.
And what was the, how did you guys make that decision? Was that you and your wife? Or?
Yeah, I was laying in bed one night and it just had this light go off, you know?
And I mean, I know that Not a Problem does things other than Class D services. What research did you do into those areas, all areas, including Class D services, to determine like, this is what we're gonna provide and this is what we can do?
Honestly, it was a lot of TikTok and YouTube videos about junk removal, how popular it's become. And at that time, I didn't know anything about a PCN or a Class D garbage haulers, you know. But I really got into watching the videos and I was like, this is really cool to be able to go and help people clear out their junk out of their garage. And I mean, just seeing the stress that you relieve from them, they're just like, thank you so much. I couldn't have done this without you. And so it was really amazing. And I just thought it would be something cool to do. Something I'm passionate about is helping others.
And you bought the dump trailer in August of 2025, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned an email from the commission. Do you recall when you got that?
It was October 3rd.
Okay. And so between when you got the dump trailer in August and October 3rd, that was the only time you were hauling Class D or providing Class D services?
Yes, that's correct.
I want to have you look at, these are MT Roll-Offs exhibits. 107. It's page 3, number 8. And I'll just read and ask you if I read it correctly. This number 8 says, identify and describe, and this is near the end of that, I think.
Okay.
Identify, describe any agency enforcement actions, lawsuits or claims against Not a Problem, produce all records in Not a Problem's possession pertaining to any agency enforcement actions, lawsuits or claims identified in response to this data request. Did I read that correctly?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. And then if we could turn to, let me just grab that back from here real quick. It's not the most effective or efficient method. We'll get there. And then if you look at your answer to number 8, I think it's line 19 about agency, what was your response?
Is this fitness operations? Is that the
Yeah,
one?
that's the one. And about agency enforcement.
This one right here, sorry.
Yeah.
Fitness operations.
Yeah, and really this is line 19.
Okay, so to applicant's knowledge, there have been no agency enforcement actions, lawsuits, or claims against Not a Problem hauling within Yellowstone County or a 50-mile radius in the last 5 years.
And so that email that you got October 3rd,
Yeah.
do you consider that an agency enforcement action?
I guess it is, yeah.
And you didn't produce that here though?
No.
Okay. How big is your dump trailer?
It's 7 by 16 by 4.
And the capacity is 18 yards, you said?
Approximately.
Okay. And I guess explain to me again, maybe we are retreading a little bit of ground, but the difference between, or what you understand the difference between a dump trailer and a roll-off container.
It's the dump trailer has tires under it.
And so do you have any knowledge of roll-off containers that have wheels or tires on them?
I believe they're steel wheels on them.
Okay.
And they get loaded onto a truck or trailer of some sort with a winch hoist system.
Josh, have you ever used Republic, other than you mentioned your residential garbage, have you ever used Republic services for any other Class D services?
No.
Have you ever used Mackenzie for any other Class D services?
No.
Have you ever used Montana MT roll-offs?
No.
You mentioned calling all of these providers. When did you call MT roll-offs?
Alicia called. It was sometime last week.
Okay, so I should probably ask her about that phone call.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Before you started providing Class D services, did you gather any information about the existing waste haulers in the area?
I didn't know about Montana roll-offs until I was at the landfill and I saw the big green boxes. And then I started seeing a lot of them.
And you would agree with me that MT roll-offs is a local company, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know when MT roll-offs got a Class D permit?
I believe they had the last 2 months of 2024 revenue, so pretty recently.
And how are your services different than what MT roll-offs provides?
As of right now, we provide more services with us loading the trailers for them. But we would like to be able to operate in a similar fashion with our Class D and PCN and be able to do drop and fill services for our customers and be able to fill those gaps and supplement the existing market.
Is it fair to say that the drop and fill services are the same as what MT roll-offs offers?
That's similar.
Okay. And you understand that if you're loading the dump trailer, you're not providing Class D services?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know that at first, but it was clarified to me.
It's not an intuitive thing.
Later, yeah.
There's been a lot of discussion. There was a lot of you were asked a lot of questions about the service area. How did you decide that that was the proposed service area, this 50 miles of, some confusion, whether it's Billings or Yellowstone County? How did you determine that?
The reason I determined that is I wanted to take care of my family that live out in Bridger and Joliet, and I thought that would be a good, those small communities that I grew up in. And Bridger's 45 miles from here, so I thought 50 miles would be a good number. That way I could take care of where I grew up.
But you're not sure exactly which counties that would include?
I mean, I know the surrounding counties, but I haven't researched them in fully.
If I named counties, would you be able to tell me whether or not you thought that was included in your proposed?
Oh, man.
Service area?
Back in 8th grade, I could tell you all the counties, the county seats.
I would like to take an 8th grade.
But I
geography
would
class.
need a map in front of me to tell you.
Okay. Where would you be operating from? Where would the business be operating from?
In Lockwood.
Okay, and what's the property like?
I've got 19 acres open land. That's where I keep the trailers.
Do you have a shop?
I don't have a shop at this time.
So where would you do equipment repairs? Or?
We have plans to build a shop on the property.
So in the meantime, how would you maintain your equipment and do work on it?
I've just been using Grandpa's garage for now.
And where would you be storing? You indicated that your hope is to get 10 of these dump trailers. Where would you be storing those?
Out on the ranch.
Okay, just outside in the.
Yep, just outside.
Okay, uncovered or.
Yep.
Okay. And, we've talked a little bit about where's the need and those kind of things. And then you indicated that you understand that if you're loading the waste or junk or garbage or whatever it is, you're not providing Class D service. And so Amanda Rudolph's testimony, I want to talk a little bit about that. It sounds like you were loading for Amanda.
Yeah.
And is that in every instance that you provided service for her that you were loading?
Yes.
Okay. So you weren't providing her Class D services?
No, I met her after I wasn't able to.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you.
We will now move on to questions to the commission. We'll start with Commissioner Rubicek. Do you have any questions?
I have no questions, sir.
We'll move to Commissioner Molnar. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Pinochi, for the man of the minute here, Mr. Nott. Going back to page 5 of the application, this was discussed prior. The bottom half of that is assets and liabilities. Did the court reporter get that? I was relying on a little tab, not my microphone.
Yes, yep, I got it. Thank you.
Okay. You have a car trailer, which you talked about earlier, but it's not under assets.
Okay.
You have a utility trailer, which I just found out about, not under assets. Why not list them?
The utility trailer is an open title. I purchased it. I haven't registered it. It's just out of the ranch.
But you own it.
I own it. Yeah.
It's an asset.
Yeah.
Under liabilities, a pickup truck, a 2022 1-ton Chevy, 70,000. And the trailer that we've talked about a lot, 18 cubic yards, is 13,000. Total of 83,000. You said earlier that you wanted to buy, and if this were granted, you would quickly move to purchase 10 more.
With help from an investor, yes.
Right, which would be $830,000. With training for employees.
With trucks.
Plus insurance. Plus one of those is going to break down every month. You're well over $1 million. were you a bit rash in your
So,
prediction that you could use 10 right away and actually tote the note?
So I wouldn't purchase all new trucks. I feel like my truck, I could operate within 10 trailers with my truck. If I'm dropping off, picking up.
Right, as opposed to going
to
there and loading them and hauling them away.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yes,
And you think
trailers.
and you think 10 could actually make payments on $1 million, assuming nothing else went wrong?
I haven't conducted the business plan for that, but it is something I would like to do, and I feel like it's not that far out of reach.
Okay.
I can't say 100% that it could be done, but
There are no 100% in business projections.
yeah.
You talked about the city allowing you to work inside the city as, I don't know, a subcontractor or on call. Does the city currently have any on-call or independent contractors that handle overflow work and requests for pickup?
I'm not sure, but I'd like to look into it.
Kind of goes to my next one. You're walking on my thunder. Have you talked to the city about this plan, which you just told the commission is your plan? Have you actually pursued that with the city to know if it is possible
Not
or
yet.
reasonable to expect?
Not yet, but I was contemplating meeting with the mayor. I know there's a transition from one to the other right now,
It happens in politics.
and so I would like to meet with the mayor and propose
Okay.
my business plan.
Okay. So the 10 vehicles or the 10 trailers and the $1 million expenditure, how much of that would fall apart if the city said, no, thanks, we can handle it ourselves?
I mean, I feel like I could stay pretty busy with rural. A lot of the areas I cover are rural, but I definitely do a lot in the city as well.
Okay, this will be my last question, Mr. Chairman. One of the attorneys that were examining you, cross-examining, talked about doing harm to the existing suppliers of Class D services. One, according to this, is I believe $21 million profit a year. The other one is $1 million profit a year, and I forget the third one. With, let's say, we'll split the difference because we don't know what the city wants to do. So if you had 5, how much do you think you would make that would come from them as opposed to from expanding growth market?
I don't think any would come from them. I think it would come from the expanded growth market. The reason I say that is looking at the documents, I saw that Montana roll-offs did 37,000 the last 2 months of 2024. I'm not sure what they did for the whole year of 2025, but I did notice that McKinsey had their best year last year. It was $1.2 million, I believe. And so it looks like with the introductory of Montana roll-offs, it did not take away from the revenue from Allied Waste or McKinsey Disposal. And that's just my observation looking at the paperwork. I'm not sure how much that is true, exact numbers, but I would definitely like to know if them entering the market affected the larger company's business.
Unfortunately, you're the one being investigated.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I lied. One more question. Along these lines, would you take business from them or would it all be growth?
We just want to fill gaps.
I'm asking the questions. Have you entertained or have you found any criterion or evidence that part of your growth might be from those that are dissatisfied with one of the current, and therefore the other current wouldn't get it, but you would, and therefore you would indeed affect the market? And if so, how do you feel about that?
There's a possibility that could happen, but I feel like with the growth that there's plenty of room in the market for me to help out.
Much like myself, you're a blue collar hero. Thank you, sir, for your answers.
I appreciate you. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Molnar. I don't have any questions for this witness. Does my staff attorney have any?
No questions.
Do any Protestants wish to recross the witness following commission and staff questions?
Mackenzie does not.
Okay.
Republic is not.
Empty roll off.
Okay. Redirect.
The puck back down.
Josh, how much?
Will you put the microphone back on the table?
All right. Getting my exercise today.
How much do these trailers, these dump trailers cost per just one?
So I went to Helena to get mine. It was $12,700. So I figure if I bought 10 trailers, I'd be somewhere in the ballpark of $100,000.
Why do you think that you only need one truck to run 10 trailers?
I feel like I would try it out and see how it goes. You know, if I needed to add multiple trucks, then I would add more, but I would like to keep it small and family owned business, you know.
So looking at your finances, do you think how your projections are going, do you think you could finance the $100,000 for 10 trailers?
I believe so. I've also wanted to look into business grants. I haven't yet done so, but I know they're out there. But yeah, I feel like I could finance 10 trailers and I feel like I could do a fair job running them around to different parts of town. But like previously stated, if I have, you know, a job 50 miles from here in one direction and 50 miles the next, then I will need another truck and some help to run those, but that could be in further expansion.
One of the questions that one of the commissioners asked is if you get into the market, I don't know if it would sustain everybody in the market, right? Looking at Discovery from all three of the Protestants, looking at their assets in this county, do they actually have dump trailers or what do they have?
They have a lot of different things, but I didn't see dump trailers listed.
Not one dump trailer. From companies I make from 1.5 to $15 million, I don't have one dump trailer in Yellowstone County.
That's what I noticed.
Is that why you think your niche is different?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you.
I'm thinking we could ask you to excuse this witness, but could be called for rebuttal. With that, sir, you're excused.
Okay, thank you.
You may call your next witness.
This time we rest. Commissioners, I do have, I'm assuming this is going to last more than one day. I do have a federal sentencing tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. It should be done by noon. I'll figure it out, Judge.
What was that? We have to be late.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I think his point was to figure something else. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
You want to restate that point?
The question was, what the hell was that?
The question was, if we were not going to start until noon, and I don't think that's a possibility because we got a pretty busy schedule. But it looks like he's changed that, so I appreciate that. Okay, so Mr. Stinger, Mr. Hill, you may proceed with your case in chief.
Guess I'll go over here maybe to start, so you can hear me better. For the court reporter, this is Grayson Hill speaking for Mackenzie. As the commission's aware, our position is that the application as submitted before you should be denied. To that end, Mackenzie will present testimony from two of its day-to-day managers, Mr. Brandon Sandback, its general manager, and Mrs. Amanda Buchan, its office manager. In addition to their experience generally and Mackenzie's operations generally, they'll testify about how Mackenzie already reliably provides a equivalent service. Indeed is not in the form of a dump trailer. They'll tell you it's in the form of containers of varying sizes and pickup trucks that can be utilized on an ad hoc basis when needed for smaller jobs, like you've heard about today. And finally, you'll hear in practical and understandable terms how mere competition in the context of public service regulation like garbage removal as presented by Not a Problem is in fact harmful to Mackenzie and to the public which it serves. That would conclude our opening statement. I'm not sure how the commission would like to proceed given the time.
Would you like to call your first witness?
Yes, sure. We will do that. Thank you. Mackenzie would call Brandon Sandback.
Commissioners.
Afternoon, Mr. Sandback. Is it all right if I call you Brandon?
That's fine, sir.
All right. And Brandon, you reside here in Billings?
Correct.
And you are with Mackenzie Disposal?
Correct.
Let's start with your job experience before Mackenzie. Can you tell me about that?
Sure. Prior to Mackenzie Disposal, I was a supervisor at the post office for 16 years. So I started as a mail handler and became a floor supervisor and was a floor supervisor down there for the distribution center for 15 years before basically retiring and then stopping by to see my friends at Mackenzie Disposal, Dennis and Sherry, and they asked me if I wanted to be a manager. So I kind of took on the role as the manager for Mackenzie Disposal. Prior to that, I had worked for what was then BFI, which turned into Allied, which then turned into Republic. So I worked for Dennis and Sherry in that capacity in the garbage business for probably 3 years, I think, before I went to the post office.
So there was a break in between where you went to the post office?
Yeah. Prior to that, the military.
And what was your military service?
I was in the Air Force for 9 years, and I was a mechanic and also a crew leader in the Air Force as well.
What kind of equipment did you work on as a mechanic?
Worked on mostly airplane support equipment. So it'd be generators, heaters, hydraulic test sets, small jet engines. So that kind of experience as far as that goes.
Did that help you transition to working in the garbage industry?
Yeah, it's some, because I assisted in the shop where I could, okay?
And when did you come to McKenzie originally?
Let's see, I left the post office in 95. So shortly after that, 1995, so.
So 30 years you've been with,
No,
excuse me.
no, I'm sorry. So that's when I left the military. When I left the post office was 2014, I believe, or so.
I see. Well, how much, what's your combined experience in this industry?
In the garbage industry?
Right.
15 years. Probably for the last 11 years, and a little bit I worked for BFI prior to going to the post office.
Okay. What positions have you worked with McKenzie?
You name it, I've done it.
Well, give me an example, give me a sampling.
Okay, so when Dennis and Cherry allowed me to work in their company, they knew that I had had a little bit of experience before in the garbage industry, obviously, okay? I did do some sales work for BFI at the time. So I did get some training in sales, also had some training with BFI in customer service. And then when I started with McKenzie, started basically as a GM, but I was also a mechanic. I was also the payroll. I was also the HR, scheduling, conflict person. I mean, you name it, I've done it. I've repaired boxes. I've met with customers regarding complaints. You know, pretty much everything you can possibly think of that you would need to do to run a business. So, and keep it flowing fluently, okay? So everything that you can possibly think of, honestly. I mean, I do taxes, I do quarterly reports, I do year-end reports, everything that goes with it.
And your current role is general manager, correct?
Correct.
What roles are included in that, or is it the same?
As a GM for a small company, yeah, they're pretty much all the same. I get there at 6 o'clock in the morning. I help get the trucks out the door. If I have to fix them, I do. I know most of our trucks very well. So I can do repairs on them if needed. And then once the trucks leave, then we take over in the office. I have 3 mechanics that help out as well, along with if one of them should need some assistance, I'll advise or assist or repair. As far as the office goes, I cover the phones if the girls need help. And then, like I said, all the managerial side of it, as far as the paperwork goes, reporting, payroll, taxes, everything else.
Sounds complicated.
It's a wide variety of things to do. That's why I like the job so much, because I get to use all of my skills.
Would you say it, well, let me ask this. Would you say that's something that the skills that you've acquired over the years of doing this?
Absolutely. Yeah,
When
you
you
can't just walk in and just know everything right away. I mean, you've got to move yourself up, you know, basically to start at the bottom if that's how you want to look at it, and become proficient at all those different things. So, you know, it took a while to learn all the compliance side of everything, DOT, OSHA, all that stuff that comes with it. So.
Turning to the application we're here for today, have you reviewed Not a Problem Hauling's application?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the service that it's proposed in that application?
Yes, I'm familiar with it.
And the area, the proposed
Yes.
area? Does Mackenzie serve the same area that Not a Problem Hauling is proposing to serve?
Generally, yes.
Generally, can you explain?
There are limitations to the hauling areas that even they have outlined. Our hauling areas are dictated by the city of Billings landfill. So with our PCN that we have, we are allowed to basically take everything to the city of Billings landfill, okay? So that means that we have to abide by what they will accept. And there's only certain counties that the city of Billings landfill will accept, along with the city of Big Timber and the town of Pryor. So that's what we're limited to. So we can do Stillwater, Carbon, Muscle Shell, Yellowstone, obviously those counties. But like I said, we have to follow their guidelines as far as that goes. So we couldn't go do a Forsyth, for example, because that's outside the county or outside of what the city of Billings will accept.
So that's not a limitation imposed just on Mackenzie, that's on anyone using the city of Billings landfill?
If they want to take it to the city of Billings landfill, yes. So they would have to find another acceptable landfill in that instance, because the city of Billings, they question the drivers when they go through the gate and they want to know where it came from. And it's gotten quite a bit more strict here as of the last year because of the closing footprint at the city of Billings landfill. So they ask, a lot of times they're even asking for a driver's license or a piece of mail or something like that now when you go through the gate.
So your drivers have to be prepared for that.
Yeah, they got to know the address as to where it came from.
Does Mackenzie offer the service that Not a Problem Hauling is proposing to offer?
We do not offer dump trailer rentals.
Understood. Do you offer anything similar?
Yes.
What is that?
That is our drop box service or roll-off service in varying sizes. We have 15, 20, and 30-yard boxes that we are pretty, how would you say it, pretty creative as to how we can place those boxes. So when people have brought up the instances of tight spaces, that kind of thing, we're pretty good at it. So we can put them in some pretty tight spaces too. So that's something to consider, I guess, as far as damage as well. There's a lot of times, or it's been brought up that there can be damages created because of these boxes. But it's not to where our drivers aren't instructed and taught and, basically they know the rules as far as dropping a box somewhere where it could cause damage, okay? And we have created a waiver. If somebody wants it on their driveway or in a spot that the drivers are questioning, then we make sure that they get a waiver signed as to liability of damages, okay?
So let's go back to one of the things you just mentioned. Is there training for your drivers on
Absolutely.
How to place a container?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me about that?
What we do is the drivers themselves go through basically a week-long training period. The roll-off guys probably the week, the residential and commercial up to 2 to 3 weeks, honestly. So the roll-off guys, which would be similar to the service that is being proposed, they are instructed course, first of all, on the OSHA DOT requirements, okay? And then they would move to driver training where they're going to be going with a experienced driver, and they'll do that for 2 days, 3 days. And then they are basically put in the driver's seat while the instructor trainer sits on the other side.
Okay.
And then of course, with us not being a enormous company, they call myself or they call our operations route supervisor, Nick, or we will talk to Amanda in the office. If there's questions as to where a box should go. And a lot of times the customers are going to tell us that this is where they want it. If there's questions, to call them, okay? So a lot of these drops we do, there's not supervision there. We do them pretty much on our own. So we want to make sure that we're not causing any damage to any property. So
how do you do that? How do you make sure you're not causing damage?
by instructing the drivers, being myself or being one of the roll-off guys, that, hey, if it's questionable, make sure that you're calling it in and let us know. So it's not something they're just gonna make the call out there on their own. They're gonna call Amanda or myself or the route supervisor.
And if it was questionable, what would?
We won't do it. Actually that, or we'll get a hold of the customer and we'll ask them if there's an alternative to something they would like to do, or place it, you know what I mean? Or sign a waiver. So it's not exactly the same, but I can tell you, I could probably put a roll-off box pretty much where anybody could put a dump trailer, so.
And you said the smallest size of the container was it 15 yards?
Correct.
And so that's actually smaller than the 18-yard dump trailer we've heard about today.
Correct.
There was some discussion today about the difference between a dump trailer and a roll-off container. One of the differences that was testified about was whether they have wheels. Could you, in your own words, could you describe the difference between a roll-off container and a dump trailer?
The dump trailers, because I do roll-off loads myself, I know the dump trailers are kind of a self-contained unit. They usually are tandem axle setup, pulled by a pickup or whatever they decide to pull it with. I see them up at the landfill with us all the time. So usually when they back up to the pile where we're at, then they have a little cord they have to get out and run the hydraulics with, and it's got a lift on it. They can tip them up and dump the load, and obviously very similar to our operation. It's just you got basically a unit that you got to pull that with, instead of it being self-contained, to where we have a truck with a hoist on it that's pulling that box up on it and then taking and doing the service with that. So.
Are there differences?
I would say if there was differences, it would be the fact that there's a little more moving parts probably with the dump trailer operation.
How so? What are the moving parts?
Well, obviously you got to have a pickup to pull that thing with. And once you drop that roll-off box, it's staying where it's at until we pick it up with one of our trucks. So it's not going to roll away.
And do you load, is material loaded the same way?
No, not necessarily, because depending on the dump trailer, I've seen all kinds. We've got some that have got a 2-foot sidewall. You've got some that got a 3-foot. You got some that got a 6-foot sidewall on them. So depending on the box that we have, they all have a back door, so they can open that back door for loading purposes if they need, once we drop that in position wherever they want it. So you can open that back door. Now, I suppose some of the bigger dump trailers may have that option to open that back door, but otherwise I would think they probably throw it up over the top, or at least the short sidewall ones they do probably. So there is a little bit of difference there. So.
Is one, can you say whether one is easier to load than the other?
I can't. I've loaded both personally, and I can't say that one is easier than the other, so.
Why doesn't McKinsey offer dump trailer service?
You know, I couldn't answer that question. I would say probably because of the cost. If you're looking at $12,000 to $15,000 for a dump trailer, why would you buy 10 of those when you can buy 3 roll-off boxes for that price and have that much more business?
Does that translate to the service you're able to provide your customers?
Correct.
How so?
Obviously, that's more volume and that's more income coming back in.
Does that translate in any way to rates?
Yes. It's obviously more density is obviously going to bring you more revenue back in. And when I say density, I mean more containers, more customers, more payments.
And so does that allow you to be more competitive?
Yes. if someone were to come in and offer similar services, the three Protestants in this room obviously compete against each other. So that's a very good example. So if we bring another one in, that's another competition. So yes, it affects rates. So when you say that, you have to consider the fact that we have a fairly large service area. So those people that are farther out and we don't have that many customers are going to get charged more. So it's just things to consider when you consider the overall implication of competition coming in.
Okay, so you're saying it could affect rural customers if there's more competition, and specifically, are you saying if not a problem hauling was granted the authority it seeks? Let's talk about that more.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, were you finished answering?
No, actually, because I know exactly, what we're speaking about. The application they presented is for a Class D permit. Class D permit allows collection of solid waste. Collection of solid waste by what means? Now they say that it's going to be by a truck and a dump trailer, and that's all that they want to do. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they couldn't go buy a garbage truck and some garbage cans and start that service as well. So that's as a established Class D permit holder, that's obviously our concern. So we're not looking to squash anybody's dreams by any means, but we also have to look out for our own interest as well.
Well, let's talk about competition some more. If Not a Problem Hauling was able to divert customers from McKenzie, how would that affect McKenzie?
It affects it in a way of, like I said before, of the density portion of it. Okay. Obviously production equals productivity equals profitability. Okay. So the more we can service, the quicker we can service it, the more profitable it's going to be.
So when you say density, what do you mean by that?
I mean by number of customers, basically, or it could be distance between customers. Because we have those two other operations that are a little bit different than roll off. We have the side load garbage service. We also have front load garbage service, and the roll off as well. So what that does is it takes away from one of those operations to supplement the efficiency and the profitability of one of the other operations.
How is efficiency reduced?
Basically by not having as many locations to go to. Let's say, like, for example, Joshua brought up the point that he sits down and does a schedule. Okay. We do the same thing, but it's daily. Okay. So if we have all of our City of Billings customers go away for whatever reason, whether it be another application or whatever, and all we have left is Red Lodge, Roundup, some of those outlying counties, then obviously it's going to cost those customers more for that service because we can't supplement them with the ones that are actually closer in that have been taken away by competition.
So if you lose a customer on a day-to-day basis, that reduces efficiency. Is that what you're saying? So, I mean, what's the end all result of that on a day-to-day basis? What does that look like?
Day-to-day basis, it costs jobs too. I mean, if we don't have as many roll-off loads to haul or something like that, then it costs jobs and it costs somebody their position.
Tell me about the scheduling of you said you schedule on a day-to-day basis. Is that all different customers or is that kind of a recurring thing? What does that look like?
What we have is a load sheet that Amanda and office staff produces every day. And then in the morning, we come in and we assign those loads to the drivers that we do have, okay? So that way they can most efficiently run that route, get all those loads done and keep us within our 24-hour window as far as servicing customers.
So you have,
at least on the roll-off side, okay?
sure. So on the roll-off side, you have routes then?
Not necessarily a route. Roll-off is a little bit different. It's scheduled as needed type of thing, okay? So the routes for residential and commercial pickup, yeah, that's a different that's pretty much the same thing every week, just a different spot every day.
Okay. And so I think you mentioned earlier, the application here today, as it's submitted, isn't limited. It could potentially allow them to expand
Correct.
into residential and commercial
Absolutely.
pickup. Okay. If they were to do that and divert some of those customers from Mackenzie, would that affect those routes?
Correct.
How so?
The effect would be, as we were discussing before, about density and about rural customers and things of that nature. If they were to take that business away from us, once you start taking customers away and you start losing that income, obviously it's going to affect what I'm going to charge on my rates for the remaining customers. If I'm going to maintain equipment, staff, everything as exists right now. Otherwise, it's going to cost equipment and it's going to cost staff as well. So it has a serious trickle effect, that's for sure.
And is that effect the same for urban and rural areas?
Correct. Rural more so because I'm not necessarily going to drive all the way out to Pompey's Pillar to service 2 customers out there when I could turn it over to somebody else that has a permit that wants to drive out there and beat their equipment to death.
So this trickle down effect you were just talking about, does that ultimately affect the customer? How so?
Need a verbal answer, sorry. You just nodded.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it has an effect on the customer as well.
Can you describe that?
If we're talking about a trickle down effect as to how much equipment I'm going to have left and how many employees I'm going to have left, then it may lessen one of their options for service, which is something that everybody was hoping this would create, is more options.
Does it have effect on the public in general?
That I couldn't say.
There was some testimony today about kind of overflow pickup. For example, in the city of Billings, with a fridge, mattresses, things of that nature. Does Mackenzie offer any kind of overflow for its customers?
Absolutely.
How so?
Good example would be last Friday, we have a customer out in Huntley that needed 2 mattresses picked up. So they called the office, they asked if we could do that for them. We said, of course we could do that. We quoted them a price and we run out with a pickup and we pick up those 2 mattresses and haul them all the way back to the landfill and get rid of them for them. So, and I would say we probably do that. I'm going to say estimated probably 4 times a month. We do that for customers. And most of the time we pick it up usually at we'll tell them to have it out on the curb or next to the garbage can or something like that. And we'll go pick it up for them because it's a little different situation with the side load trucks. Those actually grab a can and they pick it up and take it up over the top of a hopper that's up on top of the truck 8 feet up. So we can't expect our drivers just to grab a mattress and try to throw it up into the hopper type of thing. You know what I mean? So we accommodate for them and we'll go pick it up with a pickup and a couple drivers will load it up in there and take it off for them.
How many of those pickups do you have?
We have 2 pickups and we also have a small rear load truck now that we just purchased, so we can run around and do that kind of stuff with also if we need to.
You also heard today about time-sensitive jobs. Is Mackenzie able to respond to jobs that are time-sensitive?
Depends on the situation.
If
Depends on
somebody-
the daily load sheet. Normally what we will tell customers is we operate on a 24-hour basis. So if they call into us and they need a box at X location and they want it in the morning, we'll say we can have it there tomorrow morning for them. And the girls will ask if they want it AM or PM type of thing if necessary, okay? Normally we try to operate on a 24-hour basis. And then when they're done with it, we'll usually schedule it for the next day after they call it in.
If somebody wanted to use that, to have you come pick up a mattress, for example, and they wanted it done that day, how soon could you get out there?
Current staffing, we could probably do it next day.
How many roll-off containers does Mackenzie operate?
I think it was on one of the exhibits. What do we?
Would it help you if you
Yeah,
saw your
because
data
I don't want
response?
to quote some number off the top of my head because it was quoted on the exhibits.
I'm handing you what's marked MACK 0005. This was produced with Mackenzie's data responses.
Okay.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes. Mackenzie Disposal for roll-off containers has 25 15-yard containers, 8 20-yard containers. We call them a small 20 because we use our small truck for those. We have 15 20-yard containers for the larger trucks. We have 184 30-yard containers. We have 6 40-yard containers. We have 3 40-yard compactor containers. And we also have 2 40-yard cardboard containers that we built for cardboard recycling.
And when you have if a truck has maintenance issues, how do you handle that?
If there should be an issue with a truck, we have backup trucks that we can send out. I have currently on the big trucks, I've got 2 backup trucks on the big trucks and I have a backup truck for the small truck as well. Load wise, I'd say we probably have enough. We have enough right now to keep 3 of those trucks busy. So I have a total of 5 roll-off trucks, the big ones. So that way I have 2 backups. So should one go down, I've got one that can take its place right away.
And how many drivers do you have currently?
For roll-off?
Yes.
For roll-off situations, I have 6 drivers, including myself would be 7. So there's quite a few of us that can do roll-off.
And who performs the maintenance?
We have a head mechanic and I also have 2 shop mechanics as well to do work in the shop for me. And then if we have a major breakdown engine, something like that, then I usually contract that out to one of the local repair shops.
Is Mackenzie able and willing to meet the public need that Not a Problem Hauling is proposing to serve?
In our capacity of operation, yes.
You heard a little bit today about the specific jobs for rental property cleanouts and things of that nature. Is Mackenzie able to perform that kind of service?
We're not going to load. But we'll definitely drop off a container for them. I can do anything from if they want a dumpster out there, if they want to stack it up on the curb, we'll go pick it up, but we're not gonna load it.
Okay. But performing the full service in that way, loading and hauling, that doesn't require Class D.
Correct. It does not require Class Ds. PCN.
But if it was a rental clean out that where you were the customer requested a drop off container and then you pick it up, Mackenzie would perform that.
Yes.
About how many customers does Mackenzie serve in the roll-off portion of its business? Do you know?
I think it was listed on one of our exhibits, wasn't it? I believe.
You're referring to the data responses Mackenzie provided. Would it help you to look at those?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you. Amanda might know off the top of her head, but I don't think she even knows, so.
This is a request from Not a Problem. It's labeled AWS-007. This is in fact from Not a Problem.
Okay.
If you turn to that next page.
Mackenzie currently utilizes 244 containers, so the number of customers on a given day is no more than 244. And it looks like we have served 287 different roll-off customers. And let's see, I don't have my glasses on, guys, so work with me here. In 21, Mackenzie served 244 different roll-off customers. In 22, Mackenzie served 184 different roll-off customers. In 23, Mackenzie served 284 different roll-off customers. In 2024, we served 355 different customers. And as of 12/29/25, when we filled this out, we had 301 different roll-off customers.
So it's safe to say there's some growth there.
Yeah, there's some growth.
Is there increasing demand in this the area that Mackenzie serves?
I would say because of population growth.
Is Mackenzie taking steps to meet that increased demand?
More trucks, more boxes, yes.
And when you say more trucks, more boxes, what do you mean by that?
Purchasing. So required to stay relevant in the business, obviously you're gonna have to stay up with demand, especially when there's competition involved. So you're gonna have to expand if you want to stay relevant.
So the commission would just allow me a moment to consult with co-counsel.
Yes.
Brandon, can you tell me why Mackenzie's opposing Not a Problems application?
Mackenzie Disposal is opposing Not a Problems application because of the simple fact that they have asked for a Class D permit allowing them to haul solid waste. And like I said, our concern is obviously the loss of customers possibly on the roll-off side, but also as well on the residential and the commercial. Because it does allow them by definition to be able to haul solid waste. So that does not restrict them to a dump trailer only. And that obviously is a portion of our business that we don't want to risk losing, nor does our competition.
So it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, the primary concern is that the application as it's been submitted is not constrained, is not limited.
I guess you could say that, but I mean, the fact that another person has applied for a Class D open permit obviously does allow them that opportunity if they so are inclined to get into the residential, commercial, roll-off, dump trailers, pickup trucks. I mean, we've got a lot of these dump trailer operations going on now that are also picking up junk that are not necessarily operating totally above book, I guess you could say. It's going on all over the state. So I mean, it's obviously a problem for permitted haulers because they are also taking business from us as well. But as long as they're loading it and they're hauling it, that's up to them.
Thank you, Brandon.
Thank
I
you,
have no
Grayson.
further questions.
Okay, thanks.
Witness may now be cross-examined. Not a problem.
Just, we have 2 minutes, my client has to use the bathroom, he's fidgeting.
All right.
He needs to go.
Let's, we'll go off the record at 4:36, and let's give it 5 minutes. All right. 4:45, we'll come back at 4:45.
directly from the US Post Service to McKinsey from January 1st to November 2013 to McKinsey from January of 14 to present.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, prior to that, I did do some work with BFI, so prior to the post office.
I'm sorry, the audio was not turned on for the beginning of your question or going back on the record.
Mulligan.
Uh-oh.
I was not here, so you guys started without me. Sorry.
You're kind of a
Well, is it on now?
Yeah, yeah.
I can hear you now.
Okay,
Mr. Sandbeck?
Yes.
My name's Lance Schvack. Do you mind if I call you by your first name?
that's fine, sir.
You started working at McKinsey about 11 years, right?
Correct.
Okay. And prior to that, you, tell me about did you have any experience in the garbage removal prior to McKinsey?
Yes, I did. I worked for about 3 years for BFI prior to going to the post office, so
How many years at that place?
approximately 3 years. I did rear load routes, I did commercial pickup, I did medical waste pickup. So I drove a truck for him as well.
So you said in your skills and ability that you're a mechanic, right?
Yep.
ASC certified or just
No,
Homegrown.
just a mechanic.
hazmat qualified?
Hazmat, no.
OSHA hazmat qualified?
OSHA hazmat qualified, yes, at the post office.
Are you aware that Josh is OSHA qualified as well?
No, I did not know that.
Do you have a CDL?
Yes, I do.
How long have you had it for?
Since I started with McKinsey, so I've had it for 11 years, 12 years.
Are you aware that Josh has his CDL license?
Yes, I am.
Are you forklift certified?
No, I don't have a formal certification.
Okay. So you testified that, you work at McKinsey, that's a small company, right?
It is, sir.
I guess, what is your definition of a small company?
Usually if you keep it under 25 employees, and we don't have 25 employees, so.
So it's fair to say that, you have 271 roll-offs in your guys' inventory, right?
If that's what was listed on the exhibit, yes.
It's been a pretty good year this year, hasn't it? Or last year, right?
Business is okay.
Well, have you ever made over 1.2 million?
I would say probably the economy is what's probably helped some of that out, but I can't speculate on what the economy is gonna do or take away. Obviously, we saw when COVID hit that it went down quite a bit, so it's hard to say.
I appreciate that. Since you've been a manager at McKinsey, have you ever netted 1.2 million in the past?
No.
Okay, so it's fair to say last year was a good year then, right?
Until you consider expenses.
Well, that's your guys' net, right?
So, yeah.
Okay. And when did Montana roll-offs get into the business?
August of 24.
Okay, so August of 24, it's fair to say that, let's go back to 2022. It's fair to say that you made roughly around 1.1 million in 2022, right?
If that's what's indicated on our annual report, yes.
Okay. Then in 2024, you made 1.15 million net, right?
If that's what's reported, yes.
It's fair to say that you slowly increased, your profits have slowly increased every year, right?
Slowly.
Even though you had another competitor enter the market, right? You still increased your profit margins, haven't you?
We have, sir.
Yeah. But you're here today saying you don't want the competition because it may affect the bottom line, right?
That's not necessarily why. I mean, it's just an open permit. It affects jobs. I mean, it affects jobs, it affects the economy.
Well,
So if we're gonna take away from local residents that work for McKinsey Disposal, we're gonna take jobs from them, it could cost them jobs.
Well, isn't creating business actually helps the economy?
Where are they gonna go to work if we lose a bunch of our customers?
Well, we'll get into that, but you agree with me that creating jobs or creating businesses create jobs in the economy, right? And that's, at the end of the day, that's good for the economy, right?
Sure.
Right? Do you agree with me that competition should be healthy?
Competition should be healthy.
Right. Okay. How much on average do you charge for a 20-yard container per day?
I don't have that number, sir.
You've been the manager for how long? And you don't know how much you charge per day for?
There's varying costs involved in our roll-off service. To where where Not a Problem has suggested that they have a set fee. We do not. It's based on distance, time, whatever the load size might be, whatever the box size might be. So all that varies.
So that's why I asked is, what do you on average charge for a 20-yard container? Because that's what your counsel is alleging.
Depends on the location, sir.
Right.
Because it's gonna depend on if it's in the city of Billings, it's gonna depend on if it's in Laurel, it could be Roundup, so it varies, whether it be a 20-yard or not.
So even though you have 271 roll-offs and you've netted the highest you've ever done in 2025, McKinsey has chosen not to buy dump trailers, right?
Correct.
And do you agree with me that at some point, at some time, actually, what you discover is it's at times in your industry that people are not happy with what you guys charge, right?
Oh, I mean, it's gonna happen in any business.
Right. You remember a guy named Randy Pfeiffer?
Correct.
Kind of a pain, wasn't he? He wasn't too happy with you guys' prices, right?
Correct.
Wasn't too happy about the lead time, right?
Correct.
Right. You agree with me that there's a public need, if the public needs a roll-off or a dump trailer right away, it's important for them, right?
Yes,
Okay, you testify that yours is about a 24-hour period, so it'd be the next day, right?
that's generally our guidelines, yes. We try to get it out there within 24 hours. In the busy time in the summer, when there's a heavy demand on it, it could be longer than that.
So is it fair to say that McKinsey just doesn't want to enter the dump truck or the dump trailer industry, right?
We do not want to enter the dump trailer industry.
It's because roll-offs are cheaper, right?
Correct.
Less maintenance.
On the box.
Right.
Trucks are just as expensive, if not more.
And one of the things you did testify to is, actually, let me go back to Christy Moody. It seemed like you knew her in the back, right? You knew who she was?
I knew Christy Moody when she worked at Pacific Recycling.
Do you remember refusing service for her?
We did not refuse service to Christy. We took the cans to the bottom of our road.
You refused to drive up there, right?
Yeah, we're not, as far as like she said, and she even testified it too, that the road was not passable at times. So in order to prevent additional cost to us incurred to get up to her location right to her house, we try to make it to where we're going to be able to service that customer, and we offer alternatives.
Well, I guess what's the alternative to then a roll-off then?
She never asked for roll-offs.
I'm asking you though, what's an alternative to a roll-off?
The alternative to a roll-off would probably be just an individual pickup. Like I said, if we have to go out there with a pickup truck and pick something up like that.
What happened if you had to have 5 washer and dryers to pick up in a truck? It's not going to fit, is it?
No, we'd offer a roll-off container.
So that consumer would have to bite the bullet on to pay the full fee for a traditional roll-off, right?
That's the service we offer, yes.
Yeah. It's fair to say that roll-offs are in general are bigger than the dump trailer, right?
Not necessarily. You can get a roll-off container all the way down to an 8-yard if you want.
Yeah.
So you can get them smaller than the trailer that they're saying that they own.
You've heard Amanda Rudolph, right?
Correct.
Okay. It's fair to say that roll-offs, they cause damage, don't they?
If done incorrectly, they can, yes.
They can do,
So could a dump trailer.
well, we'll get to that. So are those roll-offs, do they have, are those steel wheels?
Correct.
They're not rubber. So
Hmm.
what's the difference between a dump trailer and a roll-off then?
I would say probably just operations. The dump trailer has a self-contained hoist on it. Like I said, 2 axles and generally 2 axles, rubber tires on it.
Yeah, do you think you could have brought a roll-off to Christy Moody's home?
A single roll off up to her house?
Yeah.
Yes,
Would you refuse that though?
we didn't refuse that. She was asking for residential service up to her house.
And I'm objecting, it states the testimony of the witness who never testified that she wanted to roll off at her property or at her house.
So what happens if a customer refuses to sign a waiver?
Then we can't place the box on their property.
Why would you want a waiver if roll-offs are safe if they're done correctly?
There's instances where we've had customers ask about even putting them on their grass. And we're not gonna do that without a waiver because there could be damage.
Cause those steel wheels eat the yard, it's
Sure.
what it said.
I mean, it's just the nature of the operation.
So you have all these roll-offs and McKinsey doesn't want to get into the dump trailer. I guess it's let me go back. You heard Christy and you heard Amanda regarding a more cheaper route for disposal of garbage, right?
Mhm.
It's fair to say that dump trailer is less expensive compared to a traditional roll-off, isn't it?
I can't say that for sure, sir. And both of those
You heard the-
witnesses had it loaded for them too. And that's not a service that we offer, so.
You also, do you remember hearing from Amanda that she wished that she had a pickup and drop off availability that's cheaper, right?
Yes, I remember testifying as such.
You also heard Amanda testify that she didn't really call you guys or call you three, right?
That's what she says.
And that's because they're too expensive, right?
If she didn't call, how would she know that, sir?
Well, you can do research online, right?
We don't list our pricing online, and I have already indicated how we do our pricing, so it's kind of hard to just have a set fee for a roll-off box.
Well, you don't even know what you charge per day on an average roll-off, right?
All I can tell you is a rental fee. I can't tell you what the delivery fee or load fee is because it depends on what the location is.
Okay, what's the rental fee for a 20-yarder?
$5 a day.
On average,
And then all those other fees vary.
no further questions.
I think we'll end the hearing this time. We're meeting here at 9 AM tomorrow, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. We'll, go off the record. And the time is,
Okay, so we will pick up with the opportunity to examine the witness by the other contestants. And then to the commission and then back to read. So, just to confirm the order, because it does get confusing. Sorry.
It's my bad. We just did this.
all right, we're off the record. And,
Thank you, everyone. Great meeting.